Hello. Totally forgot to tweet, so I need to do that real quick. But let me go ahead and flip things over for you. Where is that button? There it is. Hi guys. Sorry I'm late. We had to do car stuff and I needed to talk to my representatives at YouTube to get things straightened away. There is apparently a way that I can do memberships so it links up like YouTube or Twitch memberships do. So that's gonna be rad if I can get that to work, because then like YouTube people can just subscribe at $5 as well. I'm sorry my hair's fuck. It only has two modes nowadays. It's either fuck or awesome. I don't know how to make it do one or the other. I just need to get a haircut, but we'll worry about that later. Weird conspiracy. I don't know if I'm spelling conspiracy right. Videos. So we watched this the other day because of, well, my brother drove past a town that apparently is involved with like a major conspiracy that people believe it's like Satan or something. And neither here nor there, really. The important bit is that I was trying to find a source for this book, right? The category is still House Flipper. Let me fix that. And I need to change it from saying Disco Elysium Time because it is super not Disco Elysium Time. We're not going to do that today because we did that for the past 2 days, so we should probably do things. I see YouTube comments. Yes, they should be integrated so you guys can see each other. So say hi to YouTube, say hi to Twitch, all that jazz. But yeah, so we watched this the other day because I just wanted to see what this book was about. Because the guy, okay, if you missed it, there was a guy who made a town named after his wife. He had his money because his dad was, I don't know, like an investment banker, and then he himself is the guy that like introduced like I don't know, parachuting to America for some reason. But this channel seems to believe that they are not just doing that, but actually are like a secret cabal of, I don't know, whatever stuff. They were very concerned that Wuhan was mentioned in this book from 1984. They're also concerned that it was made in 1984, from not, what about the dragon? The dragon is like Satan or something. They just sort of expect, this channel just sort of expects you to know what the things are. And we said we would come back to this, and I kind of want to see what his most popular videos are. And we're going to have to start with, finally, proof of God. Every person needs to see this video. I'm curious to know how unhinged some of this is. 5G, something isn't right. When did 5G even come out? Like, okay, hold up. When did 5G come out? Arguably started in 2018, properly went underway in 2019. Okay, so I see that's why they think that it's like a thing. Because, you know, COVID happened the same year as they got the towers up in the EU. And if you are dumb, you could see a connection there. They stopped broadcasting 2G. I don't actually know what this means, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't give you COVID. People were flipping out about 5G before COVID happened. Yeah, I mean, when did he start freaking out about 5? So he started freaking out about, yeah, that's about right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there were multiple other G's before 5G. I want to see what this guy says that's proof of God. Not that I'm anti-religion. I'm actually like okay with religion as long as it's being used for, you know, good purposes. My father-in-law, you know, he's retired and he was military, so he really likes doing stuff. And so he started getting more involved with the church, and that's a way for him to like do good in the world. So he's helping out homeless people and stuff like that. It's really cool of him. And he's able to do that through church. And like, that's awesome. I'm totally down with that, you know? Like I always say, like it's God's book club that I have a real issue with. It's rarely the religion itself, though there are parts of it that I have issues with. But anyway, let's just, if you are religious, I apologize if I say anything super blasphemous. I do it all the time. You know this already. Sorry, yesterday's sub was fake. Apparently, I can't pay for Twitch at the moment. I'm sorry. Is it the Russia thing? Okay, let's see what this is. Okay. The 88th day of the year. They really like the number. Oh, you guys can't see this. Right, I'm stupid. Sorry. There you are. Sorry, I'm a little frazzled. I've been running around everywhere. You guys missed pretty much nothing, but I will go ahead and back it up so you guys can see the first whatever seconds of this. And I turned on closed captioning so you can read it. How are the audio levels? Is it super quiet? I'm gonna crank it because it's really quiet on my turn. Yeah, they love the 88 thing. 88 being, you know, HH, because 8 is the 8th letter of the alphabet. So HH, Hail Hitler. There you go. So that's why 88 is like their boner number, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So like somehow Nazis are involved with the Large Hadron Collider, I think? Is finally going to turn on. Lesbian Terrain, or Terran, thank you for the 3 years of support. Using an absolute cracked... What does all that say? Cluster of male-to-male aux cords to both have my PS4 going through my monitor and my speakers while I plug into my headphones and use my alt monitor for you. Happy New Year's. That sounds very complex. But if that works for you, I guess. Thank you. Crowwalk, thank you for the 19 months of support. Thank you guys both. 3 years is a very long time. And like 19 is like a year and a half, so that's fucking long too. Thank you so much. You can't gift subs right now? That's weird. Okay, this is supposed to be proof of God. So far, they're just talking about how the Large Hadron Collider is somehow related to Hitler, maybe? We're going to know something, and we don't know what it's going to be now, but we will know, and it's going to change everything. Okay. It's either going to be a golden era. MX JPEG, thank you for the 22 months of support. Why is the frame rate ass? I don't know. Is my face cam bad? No, this is just badly done. Okay. It's gonna be quite stark. And I've never heard of a moment like this in history where an entire field is hinging on a single event. We're watching a recording of a YouTube video. It's not even a hypercam. Oh, it could be. Yeah. Well, good on him for actually paying for the hypercam. Taken this long to construct. There are 10,000 people of over 100 nationalities. Can you crank that volume? This is as high as it goes. This video is just stupid quiet. Like India and Pakistan and Georgia and Russia. Wait, what? I'm sorry. I looked away for a second and now we're talking about banknotes. Yeah, we stumbled into this part of YouTube on accident because I just wanted to find out what was going on with the dragon at the center of the universe, and now we're here. That includes countries
which are mortal.
Where did this sentence start? Oh, hey, Buck the Star, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Okay, I think that this sentence just starts here. Because the leaders of these countries are not enemies of one another. All the banknotes and coins of the world's separate currencies add up to either 888 or 666. What are you what? I was 37. I was born in 73. I mean, okay. Sure.
That includes countries.
Oh yeah, it's gonna involve angel numbers as well. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Nixiladian Scale. That's like the best scale. It's a fun one. Well, I like pentatonic a lot too. Pentatonic allows you to be real like stupid on a guitar. Thank you. That was a big one. All the banknotes and coins of world separate currencies add up to either 888 or 666. Oh, wrong guy. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I don't know what it means. Like, all the banknotes and coins of the world's separate currencies. Do they mean like penny, quarter, dime, nickel? Luigi guy, thank you for the 3 gift. 3, right? Yes, thank you for the 3 gift subs. Nice. $69 gift subs? Is that where you're at? Nice. I don't know if it... Okay. I don't think that this makes sense regardless. Because, like, either they mean that if you add a penny with a nickel plus a dime plus a quarter, that's 16. And then you add up 25 cents, because that's the next coin up. So it's, I mean, this is stupid as shit. 41. There's half dollars. So it's 91. Let me get a calculator out so I don't screw this up. Well, I think it's each individual country. Each one adds up to this. Okay, so we did and then there's the dollar coin, and then there's the dollar bill, and then there's a $2 bill, a $5 bill, a $10 bill. There's no 15. There's a $20 bill. I think a $50 bill exists. And then there's the $100 bill, and I think that's the biggest bank or U.S. You can see how often I interact with $50 bills. Okay, so then it adds up to... I have no idea what the actual fuck they think they're talking about here. Like, I don't know the country's bills. I'm just checking America's because I know theirs. There's also silver dollars, so that's another 50 cents. You're trying to a symbol that doesn't fit together like a normal person. Okay, fair enough. I have no idea what the hell they think they're doing here. I don't understand this math. Either they've done math wrong, or they just... Euro goes to 88, and it's not like the number of bills, right? Because there's definitely more than 666 bills, like dollar bills, that exist in America, because people have billions of dollars. So there's... Do you need to round?
And Pakistan and Georgia and Russia and Iran and Israel all have physicists working on this machine.
And the hope is that we'll see the very famous Higgs particle.
Oh, hold on. Didn't mean to full screen that. Looking for the building blocks so they can create their terms, not God's terms. Life on God. Okay. That's not what the Hadron Collider does. And this isn't proof of God. This is... I want to say this is like a proof of like a conspiracy or something. It's the Nostalgia Critics Purge video. We already are dealing with enough bullshit. Do you really want to watch this? How is this proof of God? Yeah, this seems like... Okay, let's say we just believe all of this despite the fact that we did basic math and came up with the figure that is not right. This seems to not be what this video is about. This video seems to be about... Okay, okay.
But every time we've turned on a new accelerator at a higher energy, we've always been surprised. So the real hope is that we'll see the Higgs, but that there's also something amazingly new.
Why did they do it? Why are we doing it?
As someone who's good at understanding crazy people, he's saying paper notes increments are either 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, or 1, 5, 10, 50, which is how you get 6s or 8s. But, oh, okay, so you don't count the $100 bill because you're just ignoring the... What?
We actually have two answers. One answer is what we tell people, and the other answer is the truth. I'll tell you both. We actually have two answers. One answer is what we...
I'm trying to put logic into this. I know, but that's what we have to do so that way people don't think that I actually believe this shit. Dan Olson's Doug Walker's The Wall. I've already seen that. We can watch it together in a minute. Just say this is stupid.
We tell people, and the other answer is the truth. I'll tell you, we study particles.
He's definitely just recording his speakers because you can hear him tapping and stuff.
After the Big Bang, all there was particles. And they carried the information about how our universe started and how it got to be the way it is and its future. At the beginning of the 1900s, it became clear that all known matter, everything that we know about, is made of atoms. And that atoms are made of just
What?
three particles: the electron, the proton, and the neutron.
I think people were more excited about this.
If you're included, it means that's developed. This is the most important thing today.
This is the first, and this tells us a lot of things. It tells us that the magnetic properties of the machine are good, that the aperture's clear. There's nothing.
Why are you cutting him out randomly? The beam is life. Beams of light enter your eye.
Sticking into the beam pipe.
This is his most popular video. He has more subs than me. He has 119,000 subscribers. Thank you. I wasn't sure what you meant by the eye, but now that you've circled it for me, thank you. Yes.
You start thinking that at mile 1, and it's like 10 minutes into the race, and you're thinking to yourself, wow, I'm only at mile 1. I've got 25.2 miles to go. And if you're thinking that at the start, then you're done. Mentally, you are done. This is what doing discovery physics means. This is what doing discovery means.
Schau, die Luft. Die hält jetzt das ganze Wasser. Das ist schwer. Die ist schwer und die Luft ist stark.
What? $26.2 miles is a marathon. Like, you've made your theory on out of toilet paper used. I don't understand. We got the Discovery Channel. He's got Twitter, Google Hangouts. This verse from the Bible for some reason. It's also zoomed in really hardcore. This man might have some eyesight issues. This isn't Job. Yeah, no, you're right. It's 26:7. Also, why is it Job? Why would it be Job rather than, I don't know, any other Matthew or something? Are we just like rounding numbers? Yeah, no, but it's 26.7. The air holds all the water. That's no, there's like a coaster there and it's being held on by the water. I don't actually know how he's done this. This is a cool science experiment. I think it's just his mic is crackling a lot. Yes, it is. What does this have to do with anything? Oh, that's what this guy is saying to his kids.
Possibly that and many other particles are still out there and are all part of a much bigger symmetry, a much bigger theory that includes the standard model, but much more. The most popular theory is called supersymmetry, or SUSY for short.
SUSY is extremely important for the theoretical community because it solves many mathematical problems with the standard model.
They're searching for symmetry or similarities in patterns of life, but they ignore the symmetry before their eyes. Comments have been turned off. Just curious. Okay. Oh, okay, here we go. This is the proof of God. Let's go.
And here is the proof of our Creator, hiding in plain sight. Behind the optic nerve of your eye, we have the mother providing life to the child through the retina, through the placenta, inside the child, in the amniotic fluid, in the vitreous humor of the eye, our world exists. And the child comes through the cervix, which contracts and expands, just as the iris of your eye. The baby's head nestled in the crack.
Oh, okay. He skipped a step here, but I think I understand what he's trying to say. He's saying that the eye is biologically somewhat similar to the uterus, and life is light, so God comes in your eye. And then you I don't understand actually from there. That's about as far as I got with this.
Crown of the cervix, in the crown of the iris, before being born into sin, through the aperture of life, and behind the optic nerves of your eyes of good and evil. They cross. Jesus was hung on the cross.
Okay. Sure.
In the pineal position, looked to each eye, to each thief at his side, at Golgotha, which means skull. At Golgotha he was crucified. And he turned to one thief and he said, "You will be with me in paradise," as he hung on the cross. The cross.
I think a lot of this channel requires you to make leaps in logic that he doesn't explain. It's free association slam poetry. Okay. So the proof of God here is that God made the eye shaped like a uterus or whatever, and then when no, that's yeah, and then like your optic nerves cross, you know, like the thing that Jesus was nailed to. And then he was nailed on the cross in the pineal position. Pineal gland being a thing that conspiracy nuts are crazy about. I forgot what it actually does. I don't think it does. It calcifies and they get really upset about that. I don't understand how his position was the pineal position. It was just in amongst other people he was nailed to the... Okay.
Cross of the optic nerves of your eyes in the middle of your brain, in the pineal position, and only one eye will survive into everlasting life, and that is the one eye of good, evil forever eradicated from this planet.
What?
Maybe even the Higgs itself is a random accident that has occurred in our universe and lets life exist, but has no...
Yeah, which one's my bad eye? Like, should I get rid of it? If I have... yeah, I think what he was saying is we have a good eye and a bad eye. Like, an evil eye? And so you want to... I'm having such a hard time trying to, like, connect the dots that he's saying here. And they're saying, wait, but they're saying there is symmetry. That's how we got here, right? Right, like that was this bit. Is he referring to eyes seeing different tones and colors? Man, who the fuck knows?
No explanation.
On the one hand, we have the direction that we've been on for the last 400 years towards increasing beauty, simplicity, symmetry, and a path that has time and time again paid off with deeper and deeper insights about. On the other hand, we have the idea of the multiverse, which would move us to a real picture, not of symmetry and beauty and order, but fundamentally of chaos on enormous.
We were discussing the possibility that we do collisions.
He keeps like cutting them off. Like he is the volume is like really low. Yeah, he doesn't know how to edit at this point in time. I kind of want to see another video where like you can actually like hear it. Are you guys okay with me clicking out of this one because it makes no fucking sense and you guys can't even fucking hear it? What are we watching? This crazy dude's conspiracy theorist channel? It's absolutely insane. I think he said that God wants to come in your eyes. I'm not entirely sure on that one. Okay. I want one where he's not doing whatever the fuck this is. We solve flat Earth. Your eye is the universe and Earth. Okay. Or Google exposed one in a Googleplex. Did he not realize that Google is named Google because of the number? Well, this is a hidden scene in Eyes Wide Shut. I don't want to watch that because it'll be a copyright claim. Something about 5G isn't right. I want to see his live streams because these are where he gets really good. Okay. Popular. iPet Goat 3 in shadow live decode half speed Canadian. Okay. Trump is Janice confirmed. What? The zombie apocalypse has begun. Who the heck is Janus? Janus is like a, what, Greek god? Which one do you guys want to, like, watch? Which one of these seems interesting to y'all? I saw Trump's mother. They're all very long. Dark Winter is happening now. Power grid down. Okay, here's a Google Doodle. This one's only like 9 minutes. Okay.
We haven't done many Google Doodles recently, and that's because, I mean, it just gets old after a while. I mean, it's the same old stuff with some of these Google Doodles, but now they've come seeming out of the closet. Hey, Mike. And here we have just in your face. This doesn't even require decoding, you guys.
No.
I mean, this is just in your face, but we will decode it. People are so fast asleep that they can put this stuff out there, and obviously most people will not understand what they're even looking at.
I definitely don't. Okay, here's the image. Not going to say anything. What is this? Okay, here's the other thing. I don't actually know how much he knows about religion. Is this supposed to be Harmageddon? Greek gods? This isn't his art. This is the Google image thing. Mount Olympus? Sure. Okay.
Here is Mount Olympus.
Okay.
Now, for those that already have done some research and study on Mount Olympus, it is the place where it is said that the Greek gods came down to planet Earth. Many battles took place on Mount Olympus and so on and so forth. But what they're really depicting here is basically Mount Hermon. They've got 3 gods standing at the peak. And of course, Mount Hermon is known as the Three Peaks Mountain, where the fallen angels came down at 33 degrees north parallel.
What?
Came down to Earth. There's actually the highest temple in the world, very close to the UN base, which is the highest UN base in the world. They're looking for something.
I don't know what spirit science
and
is.
of course, this mountain is underneath the firmament.
No, they're talking about the 3 right here. Not Mount Hermon. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do a quick comparison of this mountain range. That does not appear to be the same. That's not. I mean, it looks like it insofar as it looks like any mountain ever. Okay, it's gonna have to do something with the yeah, here it is, the Book of Enoch. Okay, all right, so this is gonna be some Enochian shit. Okay,
as you can see here, this is the firmament, and they've got this mountain peak, and they're depicting the Olympic gods. 13 or 12 of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah.
To be exact, Zeus in the middle with his lightning bolt. And so here you have a knockoff on the 12 disciples, right? So
which one's Peter? Paul, Luke, John, Mary Magdalene? She doesn't count. She wasn't actually one of them. In fact, there is very clear. This one's a lady, right? Ringo, right? Like, there's at least three very female-looking characters, of which Jesus's crew had none, right? May I recommend looking up the Spirit Science YouTube channel for maximum braid rot. Let's watch the rest of this one, then we can find another one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Olympian gods predates that, but if you believe that God is real, then it wouldn't matter because God would have implanted that into our eyes or some. Look,
instead of 12 disciples, it's 12 Greek gods, and they're standing outside the firmament as if they conquered and were able to escape the firmament. Now we know this isn't going to happen, but this is what they're depicting. I guess these waves could be considered like the clouds, the upper waters outside the firmament. We're told they're lower and upper waters in the Bible, and they're basically depicting the gods breaking free of the firmament, which is not going to happen, of course, right? Just click on this and make sure we're connected up. Very good. Hello, everybody. Here's Mike, Rebecca, Shirley, Andrew, Mary. Sure.
No, the commenters actually believe this shit as well. Like they're in on what the hell is he trying to say? I don't know. I don't think I'm insane enough to know what he was referring to originally when he started saying this. I mean, I thought these clouds were going to be like 666 because if I'm going to be a conspiracy-addled like nut job, I would just see 666 right here, and that means something.
Karen, behold, autumn kite.
This is the chat relay.
We're not going to be on here very long. Sweet Leilani Linda. 43 meth pills a day. Wow.
What?
Liam X Mills in the house. Okay, so
Wait, what?
43 meth pills a day. We're not going to be on here very long. Sweet Leilani Linda. 43 meth pills a day. Wow. Liam X Mills in the house.
Oh, okay. No. In the original chat, there was a person who's going by 43 meth pills a day. That's why he was saying that.
Okay, so basically, this is what they're depicting. Now, I've been doing a lot of research and decoding on some of these films. I realize that these people are reading a script. What is a script? Script is a knockoff on scripture.
No. They're reading a script, and the word script is a knockoff of the word scripture. Scripture is a word deriving from script. Yeah, they both have the same like Greek or Latin roots, I would assume.
Instead of reading scripture, they're reading a script, which is the words of the devil.
Yeah, why are you doing Google research? If Google is in bed with the devil or whatever, why the fuck would you... Like, yeah, wouldn't they suppress that? Like, they suppress his YouTube channel, which is also owned by Google? Excellent breakdown, sir. Subbed. You're so right about persecution. I guess people only deep down... I guess when people are deep down, they're scared to death. They get very angry. This video is always a... Your videos are always a gift from the one and only true God deep down. He forgot to turn off caps lock. Insides of them may know that maybe they know you are onto it, or they wouldn't take time to run their mouth. God bless you and your family. Thanks, Jeanette, your sister in Christ.
Right?
Okay.
And this is while this sorcery is taking place. They're basically indoctrinating us, brainwashing us into not believing in God and all sorts of other things that are detrimental to our spiritual health. This is what you're watching on television and in movies. Here's a little bit more information on Mount Olympus.
Weren't we talking about Mount Hermon? Like previously that was the mountain and it was the 12 disciples, but now they're not. Now they're false gods or whatever. I'm doing a... Google is the devil, but Wikipedia is okay. I think it's free association slam poetry. That does seem to be the vibe.
Located in the Olympic range on the border between Thessaly and...
I'm not trying to be attached to any of these ideas. I'm just... It's not a new camera, actually. I just have better lighting. I turned on the light over there and then turned on a light over here. And then actually now it looks okay. Did anyone ever see a picture of Mount Olympus and go, fuck it, I'm done with Jesus?
Macedonia. "52 peaks. Wow. Deep gorges and exceptional biodiversity. The highest peak, Miticus, is about 9,500 feet. One of the highest peaks in Europe in terms of topographic prominence. Home of the Greek gods. And has rich flora. I'm just looking for any other clues that we can find in here.
I feel like he's yeah, I mean, like, he is just sort of freestyling it, right? Like, he doesn't seem to actually know what he's gonna go for before he goes for it. Because, like, he started talking about the 12 disciples, and they're hiding something with the terra firma or whatever.
That might point back to Mount Hermon. Now, I believe these mountains are some kind of former conduit to the heavens back when the garden was here on earth. And these conduits, I believe, were interdimensional portals to travel back and forth back when heaven and earth were united. We know that.
When the fuck did that happen? That was not a thing. That didn't happen. That's not a thing in the Bible. Right?
They were united because Adam and Eve had access to God. Okay? But then.
Yeah, but they weren't in heaven. They were on earth explicitly. That's literally like the first bit of the Bible is like God spends 7 days to put together an earth and then he like rests, right? Like that's.
Something happened. We fell into a fallen state. We were cut off from the garden. And I believe the reason why you see all these UFOs on mountains, why these mountains are volcanic, some of them, I believe that all of this is because of these former conduits. And now there's by the devil. And I believe he travels underground. He travels in the root system.
This guy's mic sounds like half the people I play Warhammer with on the internet. Imagine trying to like get very precise wordings from people on how abilities and stuff work. Warhammer stuff. While listening to it like this.
Of these former conduits. And now there's by the devil. And I believe he travels underground. He travels in the root systems of these former mountains.
The root systems of the mountains. I think it's like there's it's like a continuous crust of okay. We're using the word root here very generally. It's not the same thing as a tree root. It's just saying that like mountains are anchored to the ground, I think.
Oh, okay. That's what I believe is going on here.
Okay.
You see a lot of these mountains have a lot of spiritual importance. Even in the Bible, they went up to tops of mountains to talk to God. Okay. Now this, of course, is my opinion. I've seen a strange trend. Large channels, very large channels, some of them 40, 50, 70,000 subscribers coming onto this channel and harassing me for no reason.
If you see this video, my dude, I'm just trying to understand what the hell you're talking about. Because I don't understand. He's calling me out. That's harassment? I mean, don't engage with his videos at all, y'all. Like, don't harass this man. No matter how like stupid his takes are, don't harass him. Just let him. I mean, that's gonna improve his SEO, and more people will be able to find his videos. Don't touch this. I called him stupid just now. Okay, yeah, he is kind of, yeah. It's not me that he's referring to, but I do have about that many subs. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I found you because of the dragon thing.
Suspect, okay? When I don't go around on other people's channels, their comment section, start harassing them, saying mean things, okay? But for some reason, I'm a target. And that tells me I'm on the right track.
if you say stupid things out loud enough, then people will correct you, I guess.
But so I just wanted to come on here real quick and show you guys this. This is crazy. They're coming right out with it now. They're not hiding from the truth. They know there's a firmament. They know they can't get out. So they're going to pretend that this exists outside the firmament. Now, I'm sure each of these Greek gods has some significance, but the fact that there's 12 of them, 12 and 3 on the peak, means something. Okay.
What does it mean?
Real quick. All right. So that's all I wanted to show you guys. Of course, difficulty. So I'm going to go ahead and pop off of here. I love you guys. If you have a chance tonight, get caught up on the videos. There's a little bit of a break. I think I have some more uploading like tomorrow. And
what
then,
is the firmament? The ground? Like, I'm aware of dirt exists. Figuratively speaking, yeah. Okay. Let's pretend for a second any of this made sense. What is he trying to say? Oh my god, that's a good plan. We should do that. Let's try and see if we can figure out what one of these videos is about at random without... He's trying to say the Earth is flat? Is he? Like, I don't know what he's connected. He's connected dots. And it didn't make a picture. I think he's saying that mountains talk to God and aliens show up to mountains trying to find Mount Olympus or something. Mountains are portals to God. So we can get to God through... Why didn't he mention Armageddon?
I'm going to try to do at least one video a day and more on the weekends so that, I don't know, it's weird. Some of my better videos just so happen to come up on the weekends. I don't know why that is. I don't know. Maybe God knows everyone's watching and he wants to make sure that you guys see these videos. But like I said, now I have 2 channels. I have this channel and I have Entered the Stars. And I usually will upload duplicates of what I'm uploading here, but every once in a while I'll upload something over there that I want to upload here. And that's just to give you guys a chance to see all of the information. Because what can happen is, you know, YouTube's a busy place now. And so a lot of people won't get to see all the videos. But if you're getting it coming to your feed twice, then you'll be able to catch up on all the videos. All right, you guys. Looks like
he has a second channel that he just uses to upload the same content again to make sure that you see one of them. I think that's what he's saying.
Difficulties again. This has been the story of our...
But why? Because Satan? Or something? Okay. I do want to try this thing. All right. Let's see. Not V for Vendetta because we're gonna get... Okay, all right. Let's try and figure out how this video comes together. Let's do rabies, chronic wasting, Trump's 9 lives, and puberty blockers for children. We're gonna watch this live stream with no audio for the first, let's say, 3 minutes. And we're going to try and figure out what the hell this video is about. Based on the chat and based on what he's saying. This was streamed yesterday. Okay, he hasn't actually started talking yet. All right, let's skip forward a bit. So this is rabies information. The oral rabies vaccine distributed chemtrails. Zombie deer, they say, starting again. Right, because that's... So, zombie deer is a thing. It's called chronic wasting syndrome. It's not actually that they're zombies. It's I think it's like a fungus or something that causes them to... It's not rabies. It's different. Chronic wasting syndrome. This is going to be a little like gross looking, just so you know. Deer with chronic wasting syndrome are incredibly skinny. They drool. Here's a good example here. They usually like look like they've got like cataracts. It's like mad cow disease, sort of. A lot of predator animals that are in Yellowstone, which is why we're talking about again, it is a pyron, right? You have to eat it, which it could transfer over to humans if someone ate this deer, but it's not going to transfer from human to human unless if you eat a human who has it. So we're not really worrying about a zombie epidemic because this is the opposite of how zombies work. Like, you're having a good day normally when zombie... So first off, no one would eat this deer. You can also, in a lot of places, now get your deer checked out. Like after you shoot it, you can get it checked out. They can check the lymph nodes to see whether or not it has this, and it just isn't showing signs yet. I believe that's a free service because they don't want anyone actually getting this, right? Just... So the zombie deer, it's more just that they have like mad cow disease, basically. I don't think you eat this. Like, if I was a hunter, right? And I wanted to hunt some deer, I would like not want to eat this. Right? I'm just saying, like, the zombie deer thing is not as big of a threat. My worry right now, I remember when COVID started, and I was like, just get your flu vaccines and we'll be fine. It won't be a big deal. So I don't have a great track record on this. But I'm just saying, it's a pyron, which means you have to eat the creature that had it originally, right? We don't just, like, randomly... You don't just get... I don't know. You'd have to eat the animal. So just don't eat deer for a bit if you're worried. Or humans. Okay. So they're worried about rabies, specifically the nervous tissue. Okay. I mean, the pyron disease has been a thing for a minute. Like, this is it's resurging because, like, you see it in Yellowstone again. Okay, we got the bat, so we're going to have some sort of connection with COVID. Sure. The video is muted. Yeah, no, we're watching the first 3 minutes with it muted, trying to understand what the fuck this means. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Glassbrain. I found them out in the woods before they admitted to dropping them. Those jerks threw it away so the animals wouldn't get poisoned. Chronic wasting disease is a pyron disease. I'm reading what the chat is saying. As well as, I don't know what CJD is. Researchers are using gain of functions to infect pogs. Not the poggers. No posting pogs in chat. We're gonna end up getting COVID or something. Yeah, we can't post poggers in chat. You're gonna give everyone chronic wasting disease or COVID or something. Clearly that makes sense. Ban all ban all pogs. They do not want anyone living off of nature, period. They want everyone on their frankenfood. Okay. All right. So the government, okay, here's my theory about what his theory is. I think what he's thinking is that the government is causing the deer to have chronic wasting disease, a condition that has been known of for years, in an attempt to make it so that way you have to eat store-bought food and you can't just go hunt deer. I think that's what this means. I mean, yeah, I don't know if you can get chronic wasting disease if you can't, if you don't have a brain for it to infect. I think he's talking about GMO stuff. And, like, we get fed some stuff in America that, like, super duper we should not eat. I'm going to bet that that's what this is. I'm going to just... Did you mention the Book of Enoch yet? I don't think he has. Let's see where he's at.
Is that... Remember we did a video, like, tracking Lyme disease? Because Lyme disease is a relatively recent phenomenon. Lyme disease was not even identified till the 1970s. And we had found a primate research facility in which they were experimenting with tick-borne pathogens. Remember that? On monkeys. I think this was in Wisconsin, so you can actually see it here on the map. And we looked at the vector.
So they discovered it in 1975. But yeah, ticks and Lyme disease have been around for thousands of years. Yeah. So they didn't invent the disease, they just named it. Like, I think he's confusing discovering the disease versus... Because like back in the day, people would just get like weird conditions that they didn't understand, and they were like, I don't know, your humors are out of whack. Let me make you bleed, and then that'll fix the issue or whatever. They probably didn't like. Yeah, there's an autopsy of a 5,300-year-old mummy indicated the presence of the bacteria which causes Lyme disease. Cool. So that means that like we've known about it for thousands of years vaguely. We probably didn't fully understand it until 1975, but like, yeah, okay. Sure.
Of where Lyme disease originated.
That's not where it originated.
And where it spread to.
That's not.
And literally, you could see that some of the first Lyme disease cases here in Wisconsin seemed to originate from the primate research facility. Now, how could that happen? Well, if you've got a tick-borne illness and you're experimenting with ticks, ticks jump off of things and onto people and could easily escape the lab because they're so small. And then you've got deer, wild deer population, so of course something could escape a lab relatively easily.
I mean, yeah, there are a lot of dots on Wisconsin, but I don't think that means anything.
And so it's a little bit troubling to me to see this same pattern with all these red dots. Really,
I have an idea. Looks like there's a fuck ton of deer up north. So, like, yeah, it looks like there's a lot of deer. There seems to be a little bit of a correlation here. Between the hot spots that he's referencing on this tick chart versus where deer live. It's not 1-to-1, but, you know, it's getting spread by deer, right? So, like, ticks get on deer, they get Lyme disease, whatever, and then
close to this.
Oh, this is where chronic wasting disease is being seen. Okay, so it's not everywhere that deer are. It's just some of them. Which is coincidentally where there's a lot of deer, generally speaking. Okay. So what we're seeing is that places where you find deer, you find chronic wasting disease.
Same primate research facility that we identified Lyme disease from. That's really weird. Now, what does it say here? It says chronic wasting disease in captive facilities, current. And chronic waste, that's in red, the red dots, and then the yellow dots are chronic wasting disease in captive facilities depopulated.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So this is the state of affairs here.
I mean, yeah, they have really clear numbers on populations that they keep track of.
Now, this whole oral rabies program.
I'm going to be a massive penis about this, and I'm sorry, but Pyron disease are a weird, morbid hyperfixation of mine, and I will do violence because of this man in Roblox. So he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking. I don't know that much about Pyron diseases. I know that you have to pretty much, like, eat the thing in order to get it. So it's like reverse zombies, right? Like, it's not like the zombie bites you and then you slowly turn into a zombie. It's like you have to bite it, right? Like, specific parts you have to eat. Like, yeah, if you can fill me in on that bit.
That they've been dropping from planes. I researched this and it's been...
Yeah, it's a really shit zombie.
In effect since 1995. So this has been going on for decades. Yet, the CDC warns in this particular article that rabies cases increased in 2021. Let's read this because they're saying that this has happened because
you have to eat the nervous tissue, and also pyrons can't just do this on their own. It's just misfolded proteins. They can just do this on their own. It's just misfolded proteins, and proteins can just fuck up. Right, yeah. That's just like how cancer works, too, is it's just like a protein folds weird, and then, bam, now you're fucked. So you can spontaneously get Pyron's disease. So it's even shittier than regular... They can, right, yeah. But this is shit zombies. Because you don't just like... If a deer with chronic wasting disease bites you, can you get it? Because it sounds like no. Yep, and it's super fucked and it's fascinating. Really now. It also spreads through feces and bodily fluid. Okay, I think there's a bit of a delay. I can't see if you're saying yes or no to what I'm saying. I think you mean no, we can't get it from... If you can, like, finish that sentence. No, you cannot get chronic wasting disease. It's a nervous tissue. You literally can't get it from a deer. So it doesn't matter if they bite you. Okay, I don't even know why I went off on that.
Because of bats. So here we are.
Bites do not spread it. Thank you.
Back in 2021.
That's what I thought. But I was trusting you because, like, you know stuff about, like, it's a morbid fascination for you. I will trust that because that doesn't make sense that it would be the other way around.
And now we have bat rabies. Seems that there could be a connection, doesn't it?
No.
Let's read this. Centers of Disease.
No.
Well, let's read the title first. It says, CDC reports increase in human rabies cases linked to bats in the U.S. CDC is raising awareness for risk of rabies from bats in U.S. after 3 people, including 1 child, died from rabies between late September and early November 2021. The 3 cases described in January 6, 2022, morbidity and mortality weekly report. That's weird because wasn't that when the crapper hole happened? It was the year after, the year anniversary.
So the year after the attack on the cat. What does that have to do with anything? That was literally a year apart.
So there's total number of cases in 2021 to 5. To understand that just because only 5 people were infected with rabies doesn't mean that there weren't many, many more cases of people dying for other reasons, not reporting it, or whatever the case may be. So 5-week period between September 28th and November 3rd, 3 people, 1 each in Idaho, Illinois, and Texas, were confirmed.
Okay, I will tell you something about living in Texas, especially Austin. We have the Bat Bridge here in Austin. And this is like downtown Austin, and the way they made the bridges that go over the lake, it's actually just a fat part of the river. It's just really good for bats to nest. So if you come in here and you just like go at the right time of year, you can see just clouds and clouds of bats coming out from under the bridges. And it's really neat. I took Tilda to see it. It smells like someone pissed on a dog. But it's really cool to see because it's just like so many of them. But there are signs all around this bridge that say, do not touch grounded bats. I don't think, I was hoping we could see it in this picture, but yeah. And the reason for that is bats go to ground, like they hit the ground like that, pretty much exclusively when there's something very wrong with them. Most of the time, like rabies. So like, it's just sort of a cultural thing here in Austin to not touch grounded bats. Like me and a former bandmate almost used like it was like a bat symbol, right? But it's got like the electrical symbol for ground. This attached to like a bat as like a symbol for our band, like a grounded bat. It's such a thing that was like a thing that we talked about. We just know that you don't touch grounded bats. I might still use that. That was my idea, but you know, still.
Have rabies after direct contact with bats in and around their homes and died. 2 of the bat-associated cases were considered avoidable exposures. 1 was attributed to a bat roost in a patient's home. Okay. The other to a patient picking up the bat with bare hands.
Yep. Wow. You don't fucking do that because that's what happens when you touch bats.
Wow. 2 patients released the bat rather than capturing it for testing. None of the 3 individuals received post-exposure prophylaxis shots that can prevent rabies from developing if received before symptoms start. We have come a long way in the United States toward reducing the number of people who have become infected each year with rabies. But this recent
Is rabies a parasite?
spate of cases is a sobering reminder that contact.
I heard of a grasshopper that has a gear on top of its legs. They wind up and are able to jump a gear butt. Thank you, Rachel. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I'm glad you said it. New sentence unlocked.
With bats poses a real health risk.
Yeah, rabies is a
Exposure to
virus.
rabid bats is the leading cause.
Sorry, I was reading something that someone else said. Like, no, rabies is not a parasite. It's a virus. Is rabies a parasite? Is
rabies in humans.
I know basic shit about biology. I'm not an expert, but I'm aware of basic things.
In the U.S., accounted for 70% of people who become infected. Now, these people died, but there were many more that were infected. The number of rabid bats reported to the National Rabies Surveillance System has been stable since 2000.
Dude, that line is raw as fuck. This world has never been my home. Dude, that is a fucking song. Hold on. I'm writing that down. I mean, I know it was originally from a fucking lunatic in a conspiracy theorist video, but that line goes hard as shit. Hold on. I'm absolutely using that in a song. This world has never been my home. Isn't This World Is Not My Home an old gospel song? God damn it. Tell me it's not. God damn it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm still... Whatever.
2007, which suggests that the uptick in cases of rabies in people may be due.
The best thing this thing has done is stolen from another thing. If you're not taking ivermectin, you're full of parasites. They don't tell us that. Blushing emoji.
Due to lack of awareness about the risk of rabies. I've seen statistics that 8 in 10 bats or something crazy like that actually have rabies. About 6% had rabies. Like almost all of them have rabies. You should never ever.
Almost all of them have rabies. Or about 6%, depending on how you're doing the math.
Ever handle a bat unless you have gloves, and I wouldn't even take that risk.
I mean, I'll agree with him on that. Don't fucking touch bats.
So, this is really weird, right? But have you heard any of this in the headlines? That rabies cases spiked over the last few years? I have not. But yet, look at this. Look what happened.
Imagine the horrors they have planned for us. God damn! This chat has some banger fucking lines. Like, they're insane as shit, but I love it. Imagine the horrors they have planned. I mean, like, listen, if Chop Suey can have like a random line from a book added to their song to make it sound good, I can take some random chat messages from this dude and put them in a song.
In China in 2019 with rabies cases. Number of animals tested went from almost 0 in 2019 to over 1,200. Both infected
Wait, what's
and
this about?
dead in 2020. This
Don't
seems
get
to
the
coincide with
rabies
pandemic, doesn't it?
jabs. What? But didn't we just spend like a significant amount of time finding out that rabies is bad?
So what's going on here? Now, I was very easily able to pull up these statistics up to 2020 for China, but Google wouldn't really allow me to pull up a graph of, more recent data in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to find anything like super duper recent, but maybe they just haven't done a polling since like 2018.
The data only really goes.
Look up the statistics about people dying from rabies in the US. Most were people who straight up refused the shots. Okay.
To about 2017. Here's the most recent data I could find. In terms of...
Yeah, maybe like if you do research on numbers, sometimes they just don't. Like, look, it's skipping every other year, it looks like. It goes 2009, 2011, 2013, 2015, 2017, 18, 19. They might have been busy in 2019. You know? I mean, this one has 18. That's from southern Vietnam, though. But maybe just like the American census on rabies is only every other year or something.
Babies. Look at this. The blue line is bats. And so this explains it. Since the 1960s, the number of rabid bats has steadily increased with this blue line, whereas all the other animals have seemed to decline, right? Why is that blue line of bats continuing to increase? What is happening? What's different?
Or yeah, it could be just an abbreviated graph.
A bat virus, a bat coronavirus. Like, that's weird, right?
What? But is it a... Is it a coronavirus? Because that's just like the shape of the virus, right? It's not. Like, that doesn't look like the coronavirus at all. Yeah, he might be saying that COVID is just rabies, which, the symptoms are different. Okay.
It seems to coincide with this rise in rabies. There seems to be a connection there when all the other animals are declining over the last several days.
Yeah, what happened with skunks and raccoons here? Like, what are these? Again with the seams. Yeah, no, we're stretching.
Skunks, foxes, they're all declining, but bats are going up. And this begs the question.
Life is but a vapor. Gotta be ready to meet your maker. Jesus the only way. What the fuck is that line? That has to be from something. That is fucking metal. God damn it, it's already been used. Fucking bars, though.
Question. If bats don't eat these oral rabies pellet baits that they're dropping, then what are they really solving, right?
What?
if all the other animals are coming under control, why wouldn't you make a bait that targets bats, right? So something weird is going on. We're not getting the full story.
Rabies,
and here's what concerns me. Look at the last little bit of this graph, the last bit of data.
What the fuck did I walk into? We're watching someone trying to connect the dots, and the dots don't make a picture, but he ends with like a boom, mic drop sort of thing, you know? You just sort of like, it's like walking up on stage and being like, I put peanut butter in between my toes. Boom, mic drop. It all makes sense now, doesn't it? And it's like, what are you fucking talking about? I really need to like go get some tinfoil to put on my head, just that way people understand that I don't think that this is real.
We have in 2017.
Yeah, why are they doing this to bats specifically if that's the thing? Like, understand, I do not believe a damn word this guy is saying. The beasts of the fields will be with the righteous. My God, they say some banger fucking lines. Are you kidding me with that shit? This chat is full of like absolute lyricists. I mean, I think some of these are like,
look at that little spike there at the end, and then they just cut the data off, but all the animals increased. They all went up ever so slightly, but they all began to trend back up at the very last hour before the data is cut off.
They are purposely dropping those pellets to cause rabies, so when the time comes, the upcoming apocalypse, we will not be able to sustain our life because the wild meat we will hunt will be infected. I mean, I think it would be a lot easier to just go, hey, I think that we're having some problems with global warming and that's causing diseases to be more rampant because certain species are allowed to, are able to survive the change and other ones aren't. And we need to do some population control because deer are, breeding out of control, and that causes them to get chronic wasting disease because they're too packed in together and they end up spreading the disease quicker. So hunters are actually helpful to, deer and stuff like that. I don't think this is like a global plot. I think this is just like an environmental collapse is an issue. But I don't know if this guy believes in global warming or not.
So what's happening here? And why is
the beast of the fields line is from the Bible
here in the States being kind of censored from us? Now,
who is the beast of the fields? I'm sorry. This line is too good for me to ignore it. The beast of the fields. Okay, not the life is but vapor, be ready to meet your maker. That is metal as fuck. Some Christian song though. Okay, I can't get this to copy paste. What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay, I'll just I'd never heard of the Beast of the Fields. This is advanced cottagecore. This is something, okay, that I mean, the Beast of the Fields, oh, they mean actual beasts. I thought it meant like, fucking, devil beasts, not like, cows. That's less interesting.
This is the only graph that I could find with any kind of data about rabies cases in the US. This data goes to 2021 and it's basic data.
Isn't this good? That's less rabies. There's less rabies now.
For reported cases in domestic and wild animals. As you can see, it's not very detailed data. We don't get the animal types, we don't get maps, we don't get any other information.
Sure. It's literally just meant to be
kind of
general for that.
Declined in 2021, according to these numbers.
Right.
Compared to the year 2000, going all the way to 2021.
Uh-huh.
But why is the CDC then warning us if there was this sharp decrease in 2021?
Because humans are getting it? Because they're touching bats? Because they don't believe in vaccines? I don't know. Take your pick, man. There's a lot of decent answers here. I'm sorry, what was the joke that Dabba did? Ah, okay, hold up. How does a girl vampire flirt with someone she likes? She bats her eyes. That's actually pretty good.
All right. So let's read a little bit about this oral rabies vaccine program, because this is important so that you can know about this stuff. Oral rabies vaccination program.
It couldn't be the contrails got to the bats, haha.
Vaccinating wildlife to protect domestic animals and save lives. Rabies is a deadly viral disease that affects the nervous system of mammals. Several different variants of the rabies virus exist in the U.S. Each variant is spread predominantly.
I noticed that my comment is not on the screen. What in the world is going on? This is not the first time. Everyone in this chat is tech illiterate.
By one wildlife species, but all variants are capable of infecting mammals, including humans. Raccoons and skunks account for the most reported cases, but bats, foxes, and coyotes are also among the commonly infected.
RBS truth for you. I don't know what this means.
Wildlife species. People are most frequently exposed to the rabies virus through their pets. Dogs and cats can become infected by means of exposure to rabid wildlife. So, rabies can be prevented through the use of vaccines for humans.
I guess cooking kills rabies, but if cut into brain, spine fluids, bad news. I don't know if that's true, and as a tip for all of y'all, I would recommend not eating animals that have rabies. Just eat a different animal. Like, I don't know if that works or not, and I honestly, personally, would not risk it.
Pets, livestock, and wildlife. I don't know that I would take a vaccine for rabies.
The flavor, does it taste good? Like, is this sort of spicy? I feel like rabies would be a spicy, you know? It's like, oh, is this cinnamon? No, it's rabies. Oh, clever. That was a good use of roadkill. Thank you.
It was like an accident waiting to happen. But let's keep reading here. By combining the expertise of human healthcare providers, vets, and wildlife professionals, rabies management programs can improve the health and well-being of all species impacted by the disease.
I think this symbol means they're a supporter of the channel.
In the U.S., approximately 90% of reported rabies cases occur in wildlife. Wildlife species that are often susceptible to rabies, such as raccoons, thrive in many environments.
Listen, you could either talk about Yabba's joke, or you could talk about whatever the fuck he's saying right now, and I don't know as if they're parsing what he's saying either.
Environments and maintain the rabies virus either at low levels or spread the virus quickly during rabid outbreaks. Humans can receive pre- or post-exposure prophylaxis vaccines, while dogs and cats typically receive rabies vaccines annually or every 3 years. Rabies vaccination of livestock occurs in an area with a high incidence of wildlife rabies or during rabies outbreaks.
Wait, we were just talking about you, Daryl. And then Daryl shows up? Is Daryl part of the deep state? Do these people understand what they mean by deep state? I'm just saying.
Since 1995, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, Wildlife Services.
Yeah, there's going to be some transphobia probably here in a minute.
With local, state, and
it's probably going to be insane transphobia. My guess is that you get rabies, aka chronic wasting disease, aka COVID, from the puberty blockers, which, if true, I would recommend you just eat some rabid raccoon instead. I've heard it tastes spicy. So you could do that.
Federal governments, universities, and other partners to reduce rabies in wildlife. Oral rabies vaccination bait, ORV for short, is distributed to wildlife in targeted areas. This edible bait consists of a sachet, a plastic packet containing the Rabarol rabies vaccine. To make the bait attractive to wildlife, the sachet...
Please don't take this vaccine. Oh, this guy's going to kill about 119,000 people, I think.
Containing the vaccine...
Anyone who's had... who's trans... How many times did you have to get rabies before it, like, took effect? Like, I don't know enough about, like, trans people, but, like, how much rabies do you need? Like, a lot? 12? Okay. 2 to 3. Okay.
Sprinkle with fish meal coating.
20. At least 3.
Inside hard fish meal.
That's what that injection is. It's not hormone replacement. It's rabies, yeah?
Polymer blocks about the size of a matchbox. So here's what they look like.
What if I'm not trans and I had the shots? Am I trans now? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. If you get the vaccine, then you're trans now.
Haven't seen one of these before, and you're cruising around, walking out in
sorry, all of chat is trans now.
It's been dropped out of an airplane. Wow. So to make the bait, okay, let's keep reading here. Each year, WS and cooperators distribute 6.5 million baits in selected states to create a zone where raccoon rabies can be contained. This program is critical to national rabies prevention as raccoon populations are present in all 48 states. Raccoon corona. When you scramble...
What? I mean, it looks like they're using the technology they used to do the COVID shots to make rabies shots. Okay.
The word raccoon, it says corona. So
whoop. I mean, I guess it's an anagram. Why do these... Yeah, dude, if I was finding out this shit, like, imagine this is real. Imagine this is real for 5 seconds. If I found this out, I'd be like, guys, holy fucking shit. Raccoon? Scramble the letters up? It's fucking COVID, guys. Holy shit. I would be talking about that all the goddamn time. I would be so fucking hype about it. I'd be like, oh my god, this is fucked. I'd be like, really, like...
something's at play here on a supernatural...
Click that image. Huh. Yeah, I guess that they're talking about that they're making a version of a rabies vaccine that uses the same technology they used for the COVID-19 vaccine.
Level, isn't it? Now they go through here and try to justify this by saying that, oh, our economic evaluation says that we're going to save money on prophylaxis by controlling rabies in the wildlife. But my question is, what happens if one of these animals just eats like a bunch of pellets? I mean, wouldn't they like overdose on this or something? I mean, what are the side effects of eating too much of this stuff, of this bait, right? So
I pray against their DMOM sprays.
I wanted to go over that and give you guys a heads up on this and an update on what's going on with rabies and chronic wasting disease and all that stuff, so you could see what's going on.
What stops them from eating more than one? I mean, is that going to be a problem? Wouldn't they just shit out extra vaccine?
What else is going on in the headlines? Well, remember, the buzz going into the holiday was that everybody thought that Trump was going to get kicked off the ballot. They really wanted you to know that before Christmas, right?
Right, that was good.
Colorado pretty much came forward and they're like, we're kicking, the Supreme Court kicked him off the ballot.
Right, because he did an insurrection. And there doesn't need to be a trial for that because wasn't ever required as a thing.
And everybody was in an uproar because they were like, how could our government go against the will of the people to block Trump from running for president? And, the will of the people. And everybody was talking about it. Now, first of all, this was never about Trump, was it? This was all about beating the left. So this isn't really about making sure he has a fair, seat at the ballot. Because if anyone would agree that if they were really able to choose their own candidate, it wouldn't be Trump. Because of all the stuff going on surrounding him. They would want a different leader. But he's what we...
So the left is trying to get rid of Trump because everyone wants Trump, but they want to represent the will of the people. I was reading what the witches don't want Christians to know, and it was mentioned in there. My God, that's such a fucking... They're just... Okay, hold on. New text document. Copy. Paste. Okay, save. All right. Faster than writing it down.
And so this is what people are angry about. They want to beat the left, right?
Okay.
But as I explained when this story first broke about Trump being thrown off the Colorado ballot, this was all a show. This was just stirring the pot to keep people engaged, keep their mind on the election going into the holiday, to give your consent at the cattle stall that we call a polling booth. Let's read what they have to say about this. LA Times, kicking Trump off the ballot won't be easy. Here's why. So, remember, before, it's the end. Oh, no, it's not going to be that easy. The argument that the 14th Amendment to the Constitution bars Donald Trump from the ballot has rapidly gone from obscurity to the top of the political agenda. In August, when I wrote about the 14th Amendment needed to be taken seriously, now it had the potential to upend the 2024 presidential election or campaign, a lot of people doubted the issue would get traction. Now it's about to land at the U.S. Supreme Court. Within the next couple of weeks, the justices almost...
I think he's anti-Trump. I'm really having a hard time... Listen, this guy talks so weird that I can't comprehend what he's saying to be able to know whether or not he agrees with or doesn't agree with things when they happen. Is he pro-rabies? Is he anti-democracy, pro-Trump, anti-Trump?
Will announce that they'll review Tuesday's Colorado Supreme Court ruling barring Trump from the state's primary ballot.
Okay.
Now, interestingly, Gavin Newsom chimed in because the Democrats in California were wanting to do the same thing. And believe it or not, he actually stuck up for Trump.
Michael Creetmar says Trump and Biden, red and blue. Crips and Bloods, red and blue. Checkmate, atheists. I already voted to never vote again.
I was like, what's the psyop here? He said, we don't want to beat Trump with a technicality. We want to beat him at the ballot box. So essentially what they're doing is they're setting this up for another election stealing event is what they're setting all this up for. Because if
left-right paradigm. That's not how you spell paradigm.
If he's so confident that Joe Biden's going to win and he's willing to not throw Trump off of the California ballot, then that means they...
Colorado. How do you spell Gavin Newsom? Okay. Okay, yeah, California. Okay, right, got it. Okay, fine.
Got this buttoned up, right? But remember...
That's fine. We were talking about Colorado, but Gavin Newsom from Colorado or California said something else.
It's all a show. And they're hoping for a civil war. They're hoping for people on the right to get so angry about this that they do something so they can throw more of us in jail, right? Let's keep reading here. But getting to the Supreme Court may...
I've never voted because Jesus isn't on the ballot. Well, he's not a U.S. citizen, so he's not eligible to run. Also, he's dead. So...
proved to be the easy part. To win the case, Trump's opponents have to surmount some big hurdles. Perhaps the toughest stems from Congress' failure to take action in response to the crapper hole event. A few of you still don't know what the crapper hole is. Well, it's this on your screen, and we have to say it the way we say it because YouTube's very sensitive to anybody talking about anything other than the official story about the crapper hole. So, the 4-3 ruling by...
The true war is the vertical war against God. I don't know if I like that one that much.
Colorado's highest court held that Trump's role in the crapper hole.
So yeah, they're calling January 6th the crapper hole so they don't. So he thinks that they're trying to make a... Okay. I'm just going to let him cook.
Under the
I want to eat some of that rabies pie.
That means Trump is barred from holding any federal office, including the presidency, the Colorado court ruled. So, this is what they're saying, but they're saying it's not going to be so easy to do this.
Stephanie Martin actually has a fairly good take. Get rid of the Electoral College. Agreed. It didn't do anything to stop Trump, so, you know. And if it's supposed to stop, you know, fascists and lunatics and people ineligible, then yeah, based, Stephanie.
And likely the Supreme Court will probably overturn...
Listen, he's cooking meth. Let him cook.
This. I guess we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But, wow. What else is going on? Here's some more news. This is Fox News. Let's see if this will play for us.
Days away, and what will likely impact voters the most might not happen on the campaign trail, but in the courts. Correspondent David Spunt is in Washington with the latest.
Former President Donald Trump making a late Saturday pitch to a federal appeal.
I do have to agree with him. Spunt is a very funny last name.
Court, hoping the judges will throw out charges relating to attempts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. In the filing, Trump's team calls his criminal...
The crapper hole.
...indictment unlawful and unconstitutional. Writing President Trump has absolute immunity from prosecution for his official acts as president. The indictment alleges...
That's just not how things work.
...only official acts, so it must be dismissed. The filing comes a day after the
Oh,
U.S.
boy.
Supreme Court declined to fast-track the case, a temporary blow for special counsel.
I mean, they could even run out of time before the election, right? So it could be caught up in the Supreme Court, and no ruling will have been made by the time he becomes, or by the time the election happens, I think is what they're trying to say here.
Jack Smith.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to say. They decided to hold off on deciding because they didn't want it to affect the next presidential race. That's the Republican plan right now, yes.
Who wants to take Trump to trial on March 4th, one day before Super Tuesday. That date is expected to slide.
His strategy is to run out the clock.
Trump's former Attorney General Bill Barr tells Fox News that absolute immunity may not extend to the former president.
So this is all meant to legitimize Trump, right? To legitimize the entire process. It's like watching the football game, right? The back and forth, who's carrying the ball this week, who's winning the next week. And this is supposed to keep you engaged. But a lot of this is a big nothing sandwich. So it appears as though he's going to try to run out the clock.
What was the function he was performing when he was doing these things after the election? And the government's position is going to be that he was a candidate.
Is Bill Barr still alive, unfortunately?
Acting as a candidate, not really as president.
It's one of 4 state and federal prosecutions Trump faces, with possible trials in the middle of the election season. His successor also taking a swipe over the weekend.
What is it? Look at his face. Wait, we got to zoom in on this. I'm sorry. We got to have a little fun today, you guys. Oh my goodness. Let's zoom in on the face here.
Yeah, he's an old man and he's having a hard time hearing over the helicopter. I can't hear the person talking. Like, yeah, okay.
Anybody home? Are you there?
I can't think of one.
I can't take a
Legal
one.
challenges also plague the Biden family as the president's son prepares
boy.
for next month's arraignment on federal tax charges, including 3 felonies. Hunter Biden also faces
Bunter Hyden. Okay, so all fun aside, all this drama is all by design. None of this is real, okay? All this about even Bunter Hyden and the laptop and all this stuff, it's all smoke and mirrors. I mean, yeah.
Knock, knock, who's there? This is so sad. God, that's a good lyric. God damn it.
A lot of this stuff probably happened, but it's all been publicized and politicized to get everyone at odds and get everyone outraged.
They brought out the detached earlobe Biden for that one. Oh, there's a conspiracy there.
Nothing happened to him, but yet they're going after Trump. And it's true, but it's all fake, right? And it works. It makes people go to the polls. It's like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. But when I see people getting worked up about this stuff, I'm like, look at how much drama there's been with all this stuff. Do you really think this is all real? But it's hard to convince people of that. Now, here's Trump's next bright idea. This is going to be great. He says if he gets elected, he'll tax the
Trump is staging the recovery from deadly wound scenario for the sake of prophecy. Wound in the verse can mean several different things. Maybe we've been deceived? Lol?
heck out of these Chinese imports. Smart move, dude. Now that 80% of what we buy in America is from China, of course, that tax will be passed right on to the consumer, you and me. This isn't going to hurt China. They're not going to lose money. They'll just go, okay, now your TV is going to cost $290 instead of $240. So we're the ones that get screwed in the end, like we always do. Now, my idea if I was president, would be to take, this is what I would do day one. I would take the top 25 Chinese imports that are imported into America. And I would mandate that those top 25 Chinese products are made here in the United States. In other words, we duplicate the product or make an equivalent product here in the United States.
You can't. The president has a lot of powers, but that's not one of them. Like, you can make it exorbitantly expensive to have foreign products compete. Like, if we want to make everything ourselves, we should invest in factories and such. And you could do an exorbitant tax on, stuff coming in from China and do it that way, and then give that money to support factories making those things. But you can't just go, we should make those.
Okay, that would be just the start. And it would be at the same price or lower. Now, you might say to yourself, well, Casey, we can't do that because the labor costs so much. Well,
no, that's not the issue. I mean, that is an issue as well, but okay.
Then our government should deal with that. At this point, this is about national security, right? And if we keep importing and losing with a country with a dismal human rights record and is not in line with our belief systems in this country, and we've been told over and over again that they're a threat and we're going to bomb them if they try to take Taiwan, okay, like none of this makes any sense. Why are we trading with this? Why are we trading with China if this is the case?
Could it be this? Could this be the reason that we're trading with them? Because they're the second largest economy next to ourselves? Is that it? Like, could it be that we're trading with all of these companies or all these countries? And like,
do you see the problem here? They're gaslighting us. We're trading with China because
we know he doesn't use Bing because we've seen him Google things. He does, however, use Internet Explorer.
All these politicians are making billions and billions of dollars by trading with China. And yeah, we're getting cheap products. Yes, we are. But at what cost? So now a new tax on imports means our stuff that we order on Amazon is going to go up in price because China will simply pass on those.
Don't ever get in line behind Lucifer at the tax office. The devil takes many forms. My fucking God. Yes. Oh man, I never knew writing music was this easy. Chat's cooking meth.
Cost to us.
Yo,
that's not.
Yabba Dabba is doing great.
That's not a solution.
That joke earlier.
A better solution would be let's make our own stuff and stop trading it, right? Based on some kind of currency exchange in which all these rich people can grift off the top of it, right? And become rich. It's corruption is what it is. Why can't we make those same things in America at the same price? Whatever it takes, whatever we need to do. And that would be the start.
Whoop.
And then once we make those 25 products, and I did that 25 is just a random number I threw out there, just to get it started, right? Then all of a sudden, we're going to be proud, right? We're going to be like, wow, we can make our own stuff at a good price. And then all of a sudden there's jobs created, right?
The Lucifer jokes on Reddit.
And even
God
if our
damn it.
government has to somehow subsidize that, it's going to be a two-pronged approach. We're going to be more self-sufficient, number one. Number two, we're creating jobs. Number three, we're not dependent on China for those 25 products. And that would send the clearest message to China and
If
to
we
America.
Just make our own products? I wonder why that's not happening. Is it because that we can't make things as cheaply as China does because they use slave labor effectively?
That we are going to start making our own stuff again, right? And then once we make those 25 products, then we can block those products from being imported from China. You see?
Do you think China might get upset if we just completely block them? They get upset whenever we add taxes onto their imports in general.
That's how you send a message when it comes to trade. Okay? We need to start producing things again in America. And I know Trump talked about doing that, but did we really do it? No, because Chinese imports are higher than they've ever been. That's the true litmus test of how independent we are from China and trade, would be how many products are continue to be imported. And if that number goes down significantly, then that means we're making progress. But if it keeps going up, gosh, during the pandemic, Walmart and Amazon, the two top producers and distributors of Chinese products, they doubled their stock value. They made record profits. So it was just the opposite.
Okay, so he's almost got an idea. He's almost figured something out. I think he doesn't like Trump. I think. It's really hard to tell.
We were enriching China during the pandemic. So this little new tax thing it doesn't make sense to me. Unless I'm missing something here.
How taxes work, how imports work, how America's job market works, the amount of manufacturing jobs that we've sent overseas because we don't want to invest in our own infrastructure at all because we want cheaper prices for things. You've missed a couple things. You're very close to understanding something. You're not quite there, but you're very close.
So maybe you should read this. Let's take a look at this story here. Boy, let me check in with you guys. Yesterday, the power went out when we were live. Fortunately, I was patient. I just waited and I tried to figure out if
I'm going to go take a piss. I fucking... Okay, I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. BRB. back. It's all connected, people. It's all connected. I want to read this from Chad because this was pretty banger and I missed it. Go piss, girl. GPS? Which is how they track us? 5G? COVID? Bats? Rabies? Puberty blockers? I've connected dots. What the dots are, I don't know. Okay. This is from yesterday. Just as a reminder, like this guy, as of yesterday, was saying this. Will there be Trey Payne today? We've gotten through a majority of this guy's most recent video. Do we need to keep going? Like, because I'm worried that he's going to say some real fucked up shit about trans people. And we could easily just, I don't know, not watch that. And instead watch, like, Spirit Science or whatever that other channel you guys were talking about. Yeah, I'm loving how deranged this is. It's like... Yeah, I don't think it's going to be funny to listen to transphobia. Like, the rest of this was funny because it's stupid as shit. Okay, let's try... Yeah. Spirit Science? Yeah. Oh my god, I think I remember this channel. Holy shit. I remember when this channel came out. I think. Oh my god, they have so many subs.
Hey, welcome to Spirit Science.
Okay, hold up. Popular. Spirit Science 1. Let's do Spirit Science 1.
The religion of the future will be a cosmic religion. It should transcend personal God and avoid dogma and theology. Can you feel it? A sort of
Is this... Is this the same guy from, what's the name of that? Yeah, Extra Credits. Like, the posing, the thing that he's at a stand, they copied the idea. Okay.
Anticipation growing stronger and stronger. Another way of putting it is time is speeding up. I've heard that discussion for a while now. I know most people have felt it at some point, maybe while watching the news or perhaps something in their own lives. Something big is about to happen. You can see signs of it all over the world. Revolutions rapidly spreading.
This happened 11 years ago?
Across the Middle East. Protests occurring in America and Europe. Earthquakes are devastating the world, like in Japan, Myanmar, and Greece. The global economy is failing so hard that it looks like we're looking forward into a global recession, the likes of which makes the 30s look like a cakewalk. Not to mention that if global warming doesn't put our planet into an...
This is extra history for racist. Oh no.
We're gonna kill ourselves from over...
This one was released 11 years ago.
Population, for sure. And using the rate of doubling, we definitely don't have the resources to survive the way we are for maybe little over 10 years. Yet, despite all of these things, we're about to learn something amazing. It's something that will transform the Earth into something completely different, something incredible and beautiful. Many people across the globe have learned about this, and they've applied it to themselves and witnessed marvelous changes. Others have dedicated their lives to talking about it, to teaching it.
Okay, I want to listen to this one, and then I want to listen to the most recent one of the Spirit Science videos to see how off the rails he goes.
I'm someone who's still exploring it, and I want more people to talk about it with. Mind, body, spirit. This is the sacred trinity that allows us life on Earth. Without even one of these three, we could not function properly. Yet, in today's world, we only really truly understand two of the three. We have scientifically mapped the mind and the body. We understand next to every aspect about each of them. Yet, what do we really...
No worries, Android. Like, trans people have rabies or whatever is probably where he went with that.
Really know about the spirit, the soul. What is it? Where does it come from? For centuries, religions have been the primary source for answers.
I don't want to listen to extra credits.
Many different religions have a different answer and ideas about how things work on this level. Recently, however, a discovery was made, which led to new discoveries and further discoveries. These incredible insights went largely unnoticed by the global community, and while governments and secret services of the world acknowledged them, it wasn't something that really got to the masses. Today, this information is still slowly coming out, and I'm going to share it with you. In the world of science, what do we really know about
that cut?
Thoughts? We know we can measure them by hooking up scanners. You can measure the frequency that are emitted when you think them. They're measurable, yet there isn't anywhere specific in the brain that holds them. Is it possible that you create your thoughts outside your mind?
No.
Maybe not. But is it possible that you create your thoughts into the external world from your mind? This is what we're going to talk about today. Have you ever had a moment where you knew exactly what someone else was going to say about 2 or 3 seconds before they even started talking?
Yeah, I've talked to some really fucked up people before, yes.
Do you have a shared connection between a loved one or a pet where you can always tell exactly how the other is feeling or what they're thinking of, even if they're not really around? Have you ever met someone that you really got bad vibes from and your intuition turned out right? We've all had experiences like these at least a few times, many more than others.
Have you ever experienced empathy?
There are even a few people who can kind of tap into this experience quite easily. I believe one of the terms for it is psychic. Let's say for the sake
Have you ever just gotten a bad vibe about someone?
of discussion that when you think of
I'm getting some real fucked up vibes from this guy. Yeah, same. I don't know where we're going with this, but I'm not sure if I'm on board.
Something, anything, it appears right in front of you. No, not physically, but let's say it appears in a different realm that's in and around all of us. We'll just assume for now that it's not something that we're consciously aware of, and it's something that we're going to discuss later on. For now, let's just call it the thought realm. When you're doing something, you start by thinking about it. Whether you're building a pool in your backyard or making a sandwich, you have to have thought of it first. Even the subconscious thoughts for things like walking and breathing. This shouldn't be anything new to us. We think of things before we do them, even if it's a split second before them. This is just how we function, and our physical actions match the thoughts that we've created. You might say that you move through your thoughts, turning non-physical ideas into physical actions. When an inventor gets an idea, this idea can quickly spread throughout all of his colleagues and friends. Ideas and thoughts are spreadable. Multiple people can hold on to the same idea at once, allowing them to grow and develop further. In this scenario, don't think of thoughts as separate, but as a whole that everyone is latching onto.
What? So if I explain how to do something, then other people will know what I'm talking about? You know what else is spreadable? Rabies. True.
Of course, because we can't physically see this realm of thoughts, we can't tell exactly what the original idea was. Only the interpretation that they describe using functions like speech and body language, as well as our own intuition, which is how thoughts connect to each other. Because of this, we add a bit of our own creation to the mix, our own spice, while still working
because there's a vague misunderstanding about it?
Towards the same common goal. A social gathering is another good example of this at work too. People gathering together because they share the same ideas, thoughts, and emotions as the rest of the people there. An example could be a college course on architecture. People interested in architecture would attend the course because they share the same interests mentally. This shouldn't be anything mind-blowing. It's our day-to-day lives, just from a different perspective.
I just don't understand what you're trying to accomplish by saying that.
Even if you're using something that someone else made, you're still creating this experience for yourself. You manifested that iPad or house or whatever into your experiences.
No?
So with
What? I was like with him for a minute. I was like, okay, so if I say something, other people will have that idea in their head too that they could use. Like if I tell you how to like do a power chord, then you would like a power chord is on a guitar. You put your finger on a fret, your choice. That's your root note. And then you have your 5th and 7th, which you can make with your pinky and your ring finger, which are 3 spaces away, and the next string down and the string below that. Now you guys know how to do a power chord. You could do that on the first 2 strings. Go boop, boop. Like, okay, so now you guys know how to do that. Does that mean you can manifest a guitar in your house?
Thoughts connecting with other thoughts comes our first big realization. This new understanding of how intertwined we truly are. We are not only connected in the physical realm, but in a mental and spiritual way as well. Up until recently, humankind has always understood simply that they were connected only through their physical being. We assumed that the conscious experience, as well as all of the thinking, was totally 100% isolated from the rest of everyone else. The fact is, we're not. We are so connected with each other, it's almost impossible to believe. Think about almost every creature on Earth. What do we really know about the bond that connects them? Geese are able to travel long distances, switching who flies in front like clockwork. Many fish swim in large schools, and we know that they don't have a form of verbal communication. Our pets are able to communicate with each other without speaking. Yet, it's like they know what each other are feeling and connect in a very amazing personal way. Almost every observable
because I manifested one of your guitars, now it's mine. God damn it, you fucking asshole, give it back. I needed that.
Creature on Earth has this connection with at least their own species, if not others. We as humans are the next step in life, but that doesn't mean we don't have this connection. What's to say we're not also connected to each other in this way? We've been out of touch with ourselves for an incredibly long time now.
Oh, right, I can just manifest it back into my room. Nice. So, like... I'm sorry. What? We're all thinking the same thoughts?
And we are growing increasingly disharmonic. Now, thoughts being created are just the tip of the iceberg. The real interesting part comes when you look at emotions. Emotions are much more powerful than...
Like, have you ever heard of body language? Have you ever noticed how, like...
thoughts. Emotions pull on you. They control your actions. They guide you throughout your life. It's not your thoughts that control where you sit in a class or on a bus, but it's if you like that girl or you think that guy smells. When a couple is together, it's their emotions that keep them tethered. Same with if they're fighting, it's their emotions that break them apart. You watch TV shows that you enjoy. You hang out with friends because you have emotional bonds with them. Now, this applies on a smaller scale too. Do you ever have a morning where you wake up grumpy and stub your toe and think, oh, this is just gonna be one of those days, and find that the entire day afterwards just goes terrible? And just everything goes wrong? What about the days when you wake up excited and happy and ready to go? Your whole day is just excellent in all of the right ways. Even if...
I mean, that sounds like confirmation bias to me. Like, yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like a thing that, like, psychologists tell you not to do. There's a really famous book that I really, really want to read but can't because it was written by a man who survived a concentration camp, and he's of the opinion that, like, you can't control the outside world, but you can control how you feel about it. And that's pretty cool. And, like, yeah, I like hearing it from someone who's gone through that rather than someone who has a mansion and he inherited it or whatever. Like, that's good, but, like, that's just like your vibes, like how you feel about other things. That doesn't mean that the rest of your day goes to shit because of it. It means that you...
If something bad does happen, you're less affected by it because you're in such a good place emotionally. The reason these differences in how your day goes is because of your emotional state. People like to think the world will go on exactly the same without you, but it really won't. People interact differently with other people, and everyone would have a completely different experience if you were not there. Imagine this scenario. There's a bully in a playground who's looking for someone to beat on. There's kids playing sports, kids skipping rope, kids on the swings, and then off to the side there's one boy sitting in the grass watching the rest of everyone play. He doesn't feel like anyone else will want to play with him.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's psychology to, like, if you're in a shit mood, you're gonna seek out the you know, things that confirm that, so that way you stay in that mood because people are stupid. The mind is stupid. You know, you're already in a bad mood, so you see and you take things a little bit more seriously. It's like when you're trying to open, like, a package, like you know, like, I don't know, you've got some potato chips or something, and you're having a bad day and you just can't get it open, and you're like, this fucking thing is the problem. And it's like, no, actually, no. It's not. You're just having a shit day. And if you just...
the group, the bully instantly knows where to go and the circle of hurting begins. See, it's through the feeling of being vulnerable that you become vulnerable in the physical.
Literal victim blaming?
If the boy had walked outside for recess and told himself, I can fit in, he would probably be playing sports right now. This applies to the bully as well. He didn't have anyone else to play with, probably because of some insecurity, mental, that led him to need to hurt others. He thinks he's doing good for himself by hurting the boy, except he's really just hurting himself long term. You can look into society and see a vast amount of evidence to support it too. The people who are most successful are those who talk most of success. Those
Bullies are the victims and bullies have skill. Yeah, I think it's, if you got bullied or if you've ever had a problem where someone has mistreated you, skill issue, it's your fault, I think is what he's saying. What about unsuccessful people who talk about success? Yeah, what about people like this?
The people who are
have you figured out confirmation bias yet, my dude?
Those who speak most of illness have it. Yes, illness is also a creation of yours. If you have a low immune system, it's because of you. Typically,
just stop having a shit immune system, you idiot. Fucking skill issue.
we like to blame things on the virus going around or our own immune systems, but the way that we become susceptible to them is from inside, whether that there's some ongoing negative energy or some bad feeling that we allow into ourselves. We can heal ourselves also, but I'm going to save healing for another video.
Fucking source?
Becomes apparent from this understanding. You create your own reality. Many of us have heard of this thing called the law of attraction.
There it
is.
Talks
about something similar to this, but talks more about evidence and not much about this thought realm. Over the entire world, people have written in to tell of their amazing stories where they've really focused on having what they wanted and got it through miracles and coincidences. This is but a small piece in the vast ocean of the internal world that I'll be talking about. It is, however, very real, and you can literally change everything in your life by willing it so. I know this from personal experience, and it's not hard to find others who have too. One continuous argument I hear from people who deny this law of attraction is, you don't just think things and change everything by sitting on your ass. To which I reply, exactly. You never stop moving. Just change your mindset and continue on with your life. Create your emotions in your mind, then move into them physically. Don't let your emotions control you. Pull your thoughts into the physical realm. I want to bring up one more thing before I run out of time.
Okay, there's a small amount of truth in what he's saying, but it doesn't work the way that he says. At all. If you do things, does this count as a rant soda? Yeah. I think that there is a small amount of truth to this, but it's not like magic. It's if you do things that make you sad, you'll be sad. If you do things that make you happy, you'll be happier to a certain degree. Just do anything is good for depression, sure, but it's not going to make you rich. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
There was a scientist in Japan a few years back who made an incredible discovery, but one that also went largely unnoticed or recognized by the global scientific community. Dr. Masaru Emoto discovered that by putting words on a side of a glass of water and freezing the water, you could change how the water would freeze into crystals. On a jar that said, I love you, this is how the water crystal froze.
Yeah, because this is bullshit.
On a jar that said, you make me sick, I want to kill you, it froze like this. If thoughts can do that to water, just imagine what thoughts can do to us. Well, looks like I'm about out of time for today. Before I go, I want to leave you with words to sit on. For anyone who is looking for direction right now. You can have, do, or be anything you want. Namaste.
No. Okay. This one's 12 minutes and it came out 7 days ago. This is one of his latest. This is Spirit Science episode 13. So apparently it gets weirder. Oh my god, there's a rap song. Oh no. Okay, so he's upgraded his rant Sona to have a gay scarf.
Let's start with a recap of Spirit Science Season 1. We began by first looking at thoughts and telepathy, chakras, as well as different types of energy. We looked at some strange phenomenon that suggested humanity is far older than the mainstream world believes, and opened up the conversation of sacred geometry. This led us through some talks about dimensions and the various wavelengths associated with the spectrum of reality, and how to navigate these realms through spiritual practices like meditation and astral projection. Then, in episodes 11 and 12, we looked at how humanity is undergoing a form of evolution, going through a big change in how we exist fundamentally, and are passing through a very important phase in the evolution of our species. The big idea was that 13,000 years ago, we fell in consciousness and became disconnected from our soul. And ever since then, humanity has been on a journey of remembering who it is, and are today still coming to understand what it means to be a child of God and embody the light of something called Christ consciousness. And so, now we begin a new chapter of Spirit Science with a story and a lesson from an unexpected place.
What? I feel like we missed a few things. Yeah, I feel like the first video was like, okay, that's weird. This YouTuber is still active as of last week, my bitch. We skipped 11 years of context. Let's see if we can piece it together.
Properly, we must pay a proper debt of gratitude.
Also, props to him for like using a much better avatar at this point. You have 1.37 million subscribers. He should have a nicer avatar at this point. His view to sub ratio, I mean, that's about average. If you look at a lot of channels, like, to me, what this says is his videos are not making it outside of his core audience, and people aside from his channel are not watching it, and even the people that are subscribed to him are not watching it all the time.
To our friend Drumvalo Melchizedek. A great deal of the wisdom shared in Season 1 of Spirit Science was all provided to the world by him in the ancient secret of the Flower of Life. We owe so much to Drumvalo and his work and these books that he's provided, and I just wanted to take a moment to express that for all of us. Now, here is an amazing story. Early on his spiritual journey, Drumvalo was visited by two angels. These glowing beings appeared to him and revealed that they were manifestations of his higher self and would be guiding him to different teachers and wisdom. And it was very important that he listened closely to all of the instructions that they gave. Over many years, they guided him.
I believe it is a VTuber.
70 different spiritual teachers, but on one particular occasion, they brought him somewhere that he wasn't expecting to go. They told him to go into a quiet room where he wouldn't be disturbed and enter into a meditation.
I love his shit-ass ponytail. That's wonderful. As someone who has a VTuber model, I take offense for you saying this is a VTuber. It might just be animated, but yeah.
Then they lifted his astral body from
Judge, thank you for the 5-month support.
And eventually,
I'm sorry, I missed. How did that work?
Past a spherical membrane of energy that is about 440,000 miles away from the Earth, which is a particular field relative to the life force of our planet in space. Once they passed this membrane, he saw something unbelievable.
A fleshlight?
A huge, motionless vehicle that was about 50 miles long. It could not be detected from Earth due to the technology the beings on board were using. He said that it looked like a big black cigar, perfectly seamless, except that on one end, there was a huge opening pouring out with light. And as they got closer, he was sucked inside and found himself meeting these beings there, both male and female, who were much taller than he was. He learned that they were Sirians from the star Sirius, the closest star to our own, and that there were about 350 of them on the ship, and they all wore white.
I like that the female one has tits. Why do they have genders? Shh. Shh. Boobies. Alien boobies.
White clothing with little gold insignias on their left arms. He sat down with 3 of them who talked to him telepathically for a long time, and then they gave him a tour of the whole ship. Everything in the ship was white, with no other color.
Oh, okay. Real quick. A man told you all of these things. And how does it make it true? Did the same guy who does extra credit do this? I feel like it, but I don't know if that's true. Like, he's literally just making a budget Urantia book, a eugenics cult Bible about aliens from the 1950s. Look it up. It's funny. Oh.
The rooms were seamless, and all forms on the ship came out of the floors, walls, and
that could be AI in the background, yeah.
They were all very organic. He said some forms looked like beautiful futuristic art sculptures, and it was like an art gallery everywhere he went. But what's more interesting, all of these shapes were the technology of the ship. The ship had no moving parts, you see, just these shapes emerging out of the walls and floors and ceilings. These beings were so advanced, they reduced their technology to shape, form, and proportion, and all they had to do was connect with the shapes in their hearts and minds, and through them, they could do anything. This form of technology today we call psychotronics, but it's still considered—
Don't you kitty face at me, you son of a bitch!
—in the mainstream to be a theory which has never been done, at least by us. Drumvalo said that he spent 3 days up in the spaceship, and when he finally returned, his angels began to tell him why they took him there. He at first responded enthusiastically, "Wow, their technology is so cool," and resounded how great it was. But the angels stopped him. "No, you don't understand.
You're high on DMT.
That's not the understanding we want you to have." And he asked, "What do you mean?" So the angels told him this.
Fucking kitty face.
Suppose your body gets cold in this room, and you decide that you're going to go out and make something to heat the room. So you invent a heater and some kind of energy source, whatever you need to heat the room. Then you put the heater in the room, and the heater heats the room, and then you yourself get warm.
Okay.
That seems logical, right? Alas, what the angels revealed was that to do this actually makes us spiritually weaker. Why? Because in doing so, we forget our connection to God. You could have heated—
What? I like the bit where he was cold, so he made a heater. That, I understood that bit. That makes sense to me. If you have a problem, make a thing that fix it. It's called inventing.
the room or your body by your own inner essence. But instead—
I don't think it's suffering equals being closer to God. I think it's manifest a space heater with your brain. Like, don't go outside and do it. Don't go and make one. Just think real hard and make one. I don't think it's suffering builds character.
You gave your power away to an object. The angels projected to Drumvalo that as any civilization makes more and more advanced technology, if that's the choice they make, they separate themselves out further and further from the source of life and actually become weaker spiritually because they become addicted to their technology. They need it in order to survive. In other words, the Syrians were actually spiritually weak, and Drumvalo was instructed not to look at them as a super advanced race, but as people who need spiritual help. The body—
This is on YouTube, right? So the aliens were wrong? The aliens took him, or excuse me, the angels took him to the aliens, and the aliens were making all this cool technology, and he was really excited about it. And then the angels were like, no, that was actually shit. That's why we didn't explain it beforehand?
Bottom line.
The guy could, like, fucking tell, like, he can do astral projection. Clearly he's, like, good enough at spirit shit that he could have been teaching them that. Why not? Why not have him teach them?
From his experience, he said, was that the angels wanted him to focus less on technology and concentrate on pure consciousness as a way to remember God. After this, the angels disappeared back into the higher dimensions of his own body of consciousness. He then got up and left his room. While he knew he was up in space for 3 days, he also rationalized that perhaps in worldly time, he was probably gone only a few hours. But when he saw his family and friends, they were completely pale. He asked, "What's wrong?" And they said, "You've been sitting in meditation for 3 days. We were about to call the hospital."
What? I feel like if someone goes unconscious for more than a day, that's probably bad.
Hey guys, pardon the interruption. I just wanted to let you know that for the next few days, until January 1st, 2024, we are finishing up our Rebuild Spirit Science crowdfunding campaign. With your help, we can fully restore Spirit Science to publishing fresh videos just like this every week, with tons of bonus content and new movies as well. Please check out the link in the description if you want to help Spirit Science continue in the new year in a really big way. And check out...
Okay. Yeah, just manifest the money you need and the time. Like, guys, don't worry about it. He doesn't need the money. We don't need to subscribe to him. You don't need to give him money. He could just manifest the stuff that... Yeah. So if you guys think that this guy deserves money, just, you know, think real hard about it. Like, oh, $20. There you go. All right. Enjoy. I really like the production value. Enjoy your new $20, man.
The new rewards added too, to see all of the ways you can go further with Spirit Science behind the scenes.
They've raised 16 grand. You what? $588 contributors. 16,282 divided by 588. Okay. So they each gave about $27. New money flow unlocked. Just do this for a living. I don't understand what he's doing. Just make shit up? Your share could raise $30. I'm good. I already sent him $20 mine dollars.
Thanks. Okay, back to the video. Now this lesson from the angels is something that we can corroborate.
Okay. I will say, maybe it's just because we were watching that other dude's video where you couldn't figure out how to use, like, the streaming service and it kept being a problem. The production value on this is really good.
With a lot of human wisdom, and one of the best places for stories that are deeply relevant here come from Master Paramahansa Yogananda in his book, Autobiography of a Yogi. For instance, at one point he describes meeting a yogi who is able to levitate his body through deep meditative states. There are masters described who are able to teleport, as well as appear to their students in different cities at the same time through their mastery over their energetic field.
Do it. Do it. Fucking teleport into my house. Okay. Spirit Science, I will make you a deal. If you teleport into my house and tell me that you're real and all that jazz, I will convert to this religion and try and convince my chat to do so as well. There's not thousands of people here. There's like 400 something, not counting YouTube. There's people on YouTube as well. Just manifest your thought into explain this shit to me in my dreams so I don't have to watch your videos.
Their body of consciousness. But Yogananda is very clear to state that it's not about the miracles, but the connection with God, which is reaffirmed over and over throughout this beautiful book. In a very funny story, when he was young, Yogananda met and challenged a yogi he called the Perfume Saint, who through many years of intense devotional meditation, manifested the ability to generate any scent with his hands.
I can do that with my ass.
Harnessing God to make odors? What of it? God makes perfume anyway. Yes, but he fashions frail bottles of petals for fresh use and discard. Can you materialize flowers? Well, yes, but usually I produce perfumes, little friend. Then scent factories will go out of business. I will permit them to keep their trade. My own purpose is to demonstrate the power of God. Sir, is it necessary to prove God? Isn't he performing miracles in everything, everywhere? Yes, but we too should manifest some of his infinite creative variety.
I hate how often he uses the kitty face. I think he's okay.
In the end, the Perfume Saint manifested a most beautiful smell of rose on Yogananda's hand and changed an odorless flower nearby into smelling rich with jasmine. And many years later, Yogananda discovered how this work was done. He said,
the guy just had some like essential oils in his pocket and he would just like rub them on shit.
That the different sensory stimuli to which a person reacts, touch, sight, smell, sound, and taste, are produced by vibratory variations in electrons and protons.
See, that sounds like it makes sense if you don't understand anything.
The vibrations in turn are regulated by prana, or life force energy, which on a scientific level are known as lifetrons, subtle life forces or finer than atomic energies intelligently charged with 5 distinctive sensory idea substances.
Yeah, this isn't a science. This is a yoga. So, no. I literally worked as an engineer for particle physics project. What the fuck are lifetrons? I'm sorry. You must not be a real scientist if you don't know about prana. Fucking idiot. Getting your degree in particle physics rather than prana.
This perfume saint, named Ganta Baba, attuned himself with the pranic force of yogic practices and was able to guide the lifetrons to rearrange their vibratory structure and to objectify the desired result. His perfume and other miracles were actual materializations of mundane vibrations and were not inner sensations hypnotically produced. Now, Autobiography of a Yogi.
Show up in my house, asshole. Fight me in the spirit realm. I'll take you down.
Is filled with stories like this, demonstrating the power of God within reality, even greater than anything technology can achieve. And I want to share more of these stories, but for today's episode, I think in addition to these 2 stories that we've shared so far, we would be remiss if we didn't actually look at Yeshua here, who is commonly known today as Jesus Christ. If we take the gospel accounts as, well, gospel, at least to some degree, we might infer that Yeshua also demonstrated, with almighty grace, the same lessons the angels gave to Drimvalo. He showed that through God, one could do anything. Now, some people watching might be thinking, but Jesus was the Son of God.
That's not what
like
I'm
him.
thinking.
Except that even he himself said, truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater works than these will he do. Yeshua knew the latent power of the human soul and what was possible when our ego and lower self is fully integrated with our higher self and God. But it was just a matter of time, about 2,000 years, for us to really figure all this out. But just figuring it out and understanding it intellectually doesn't necessarily mean that we're ready for it yet. And if we become so attached to our technology and ignore the call of the soul completely, then these stories will remain just that. Stories.
Is this some new age shit? Yeah, it is.
It's only when one becomes fully integrated through mind, body, and soul that the true nature of Christ consciousness is revealed within, which comes with a very cosmic understanding. Are you ready to go deeper?
The creator of this channel has admitted to rape on video. That's a hell of a thing to say. So, which we don't need to milkshake duck the guy that's asking for $75,000 to do whatever the fuck this is. Like, dude's trying to make a internet cult. Like, yeah, I would assume. Can you... What video? Does he say that? He was at a weird commune. Oh. Okay.
We'll see you in the next episode.
I didn't understand this presentation. The conspiracy theory video of everything was banned again. Oh my god, he's doing a lot of music videos. You understand any of this? Yeah. He's saying that some stories that some people who had said that they had superpowers are real. And that's... Yeah. Do you guys have mercy? There is no God and I am his prophet.
Hey, Cosmic, I need your help with something, brother.
Of course, Patch. What's up?
I want to find a new way of telling everyone that we live in a multidimensional holographic energetic reality matrix created by spirit and driven by thought and feeling, and that the supreme oneness manifests into avatar forms which we call gods, and we can follow them to ascend into a higher consciousness and become avatars ourselves.
Hey, what the fuck?
Any ideas?
Go to therapy?
That's a good one, Patch. Wait. We can make an Ascended Masters rap song.
But I've never made a song before. I don't even know if I can rap.
You made this one 8 months ago. So like you do know how to make music.
I'll tell you what, I'll get things rolling, then you can jump in a little later.
Okay, let's give it a go.
Ascended Masters calling on you to bring us love, bring us strength, yeah, bring us the truth of what we are. Let it now be revealed within the beauty of your life. We are ready to heal, ready to feel what it's like to be fully activated. Patch man on the track, no, we keep it faded. That's that bit of pat, no, we keep it raining. Power gone, take it back, all that we're proclaiming, yeah. No matter which way you're gonna slice it, Archangel Michael when he gets on the mic, it's fire. With the sword of truth, protector of the people, what he's sworn to do, it go.
Okay, hold on. He's gonna pass the mic.
Hey, what up? It's Patch, and I'm talking to you. Never done a rap before, so hey, this is new. There's so many
I made a joke rap with Gerald. Please, I will manifest you $5 to stop.
Gods, and they all came from one. And when we learn to live like them, we have so much fun. Each and every one of us has it deep inside us. We may all connect with it any time of day.
Each and every one of us has it deep inside of us. You've rhymed us with us. Rap is not your game.
Thus, when we choose to go within, we find the light inside. Plus, the avatars of history are always there to guide us. The source of all reality is consciousness.
You've rhymed us with us multiple times. Stop.
Inside, and it will always be there for you as a holy guide. Pray to the Father, Mother, God, or just the Tao. Don't try to force it, just open and allow. Each being has a unique path that they can take. People then prefer to pray to who they can relate. When you pray to God and go within and you embody the light of higher consciousness that takes you to samadhi. Start off in the...
I can't. I can't, man. I miss Christian rap. Jordan Joel, thank you for the 2 months of support. Thank you for manifesting $5 into my bank account. Patchman's Existential Crisis. That looks like John Freeman, Gordon Freeman's brother. Emma Watson one is really good. It's about space juice. Oh no. The vaccine conversation no one's having. Oh man, this video is getting demonetized on YouTube so fucking hard. Let's talk about DMT. Oh. 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 Oh no. The Parable of Decisions as told by an AI. Is They Live actually a documentary about the reptilian? Oh my god, no. Okay.
It feels like there's a conversation about vaccines that's not currently being had, and I'm very curious as to why. Looking into the subject, there's really only two avenues about the vaccine. Get it or don't. On each side of the spectrum,
It is a binary choice, yes.
there's usually only a few arguments for why one should or should not get it.
I like the arguments for getting vaxxed where you don't get fucking COVID.
Most of the others are just plays on the central few dialogues. The intention of this video is not to suggest that you should or shouldn't get the vaccine. I believe this is a decision you have to make for yourself, and I'd like to invite you to flow with me here, no matter how you feel about the subject. Try and play with all of this information and notice your reactions. In this way, along with being receptive, you'll be able to make the best decision for yourself. And before we really dive into it, if you are seeking a safe haven to discuss stuff like this without being criticized, insulted, demeaned, or otherwise, please come and visit Spirit Mysteries. For only $1 a month, you can access
How can you not
a massive community of spiritual seekers, ask questions, and share stories, all free of judgment or cruelty. I hope to see you there, and now on with the video.
I would love to know what the conversation we're not having
December
is.
of 2020, even before the vaccines had really started to roll out, I went to Rhythmia Life Advancement Center for the first time in about a year, which had just reopened after being shut down from COVID. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Rhythmia,
which
they're
I
the
am,
world's first medically licensed ayahuasca healing center, and you can learn more about them
Thank
by
you,
watching our
8-Bit Derp.
documentary about visiting them using the link in the description.
The creator of Spirit Science, Jordan Duchnes, admits to rape, and Blake Dyer, member of Teal Swan's team, blames survivor. Tori McLennan told her former friend and self-professed spiritual healer, Teal Swan, he initiated chakra healing, in which he kissed each one of her chakras. Yeah, we're not going to read all that, but yeah.
The first night of ceremony, interestingly, the spirit of the medicine found it necessary to educate me a bit more about the nature of this virus and its effect on the world, as well as the subject of vaccines. Regarding the virus itself.
So basically everything this guy says can be considered absolute. So that's the same person in the person, this guy. I mean, it's a pretty wild accusation to say this guy who's talking about spiritual enlightenment is using his power as, you know, a leader in some sort of spiritual movement to force himself on women. That has never happened in any wherever. It's so new. Like
it was very affirmative to what we had already discussed in our previous.
There's absolutely no precedent of someone using a spiritual religion thing. I mean, like, every cult ever is unfortunately not a cool cult. You'd expect cults to be cool, where you get to do things. Like, I don't know, like you all stand around wearing robes, but that's not what it is, man. That's not what it is at all. It's always like dude using his power to have lots of sex with underage people and stuff. I know, I just want to be a wizard too!
Videos, which you can also watch on our channel. She explained that just as there's a physical virus, what it's reflecting for us as a species is our fear, which is a potent and dangerous virus because of how much faster it spreads and how much it affects your thoughts, feelings, and actions directly. Now, presently, we don't have a way of actually tracking fear per person in mass, but if we think about it logically for a moment.
Are you saying that COVID is spreading faster because we're afraid of it? COVID is triggered by fear? I haven't gotten COVID yet, but I was definitely very wary of it.
We know that there are about 8 billion people in the world, and there are 208 million COVID cases reported at the time of this video being written. But considering the global impact of COVID, the lockdowns and masks and everything, it's probably fair to say that there's well over 208 million people who are afraid of COVID or what's happening in the world to some degree.
Okay.
And even if you're not afraid of the virus itself, if you're afraid in some capacity about the vaccines or a global economic crisis, this still counts as fear that's related to or coming out of the pandemic.
Oh,
to suggest
okay.
Fear is a virus that spreads much quicker than the physical virus isn't far off. And
what? Yeah, sometimes I freak out about getting a disease that means that I have to be in the hospital and I have reduced lung function for the rest of my life. That sucks. I don't like that. I am afraid of that.
There's a science to back this up. Fear increases your stress level.
I usually have a bit of caution, and some people would call that fear, of things that could kill me.
Which in turn releases cortisol into your body. It's literally considered the fear or stress hormone.
Right.
In small levels, cortisol is very useful to our bodies.
Right.
It's actually part of our natural biological rhythm, increasing in the morning to wake us up from sleep and get us moving, and decreasing in the evening to help us wind down for the night.
Okay.
However, when fear ramps up, cortisol is released in much larger quantities, and this has a detrimental effect on our immune system. It
Right.
can also lead to depression, mental illness, and lower life expectancy.
What is this? This is insanity covered in a robe. I like your shirt. Thank you. I think my wife probably picked this one out for me. If it's a nice shirt, it's probably something that my wife picked out.
The more you're feeling afraid, the more it creates a ripple effect throughout society. While this is true energetically, it's also true physically. As an article on Psychology Today clearly states, the ripple effect of a fearful, isolated, and stressed out society increases cortisol
Well, thank you
levels
guys.
across the board for Americans of all ages. If you have a lot of fear and thus cortisol in your body, your immune system will be far more susceptible to breaking down and not being able to protect yourself from the different illnesses that you could contract, including but not limited to COVID-19. What's especially interesting here is that if someone is afraid of the virus and chooses the vaccine, and they're next to someone who is afraid of the vaccine and warns about it, both people here are afraid, and both people are going to suffer the negative effects of too much cortisol in their bodies. Another very important thing here about the nature of fear is found in Frank Herbert's Dune when he writes,
Don't you dare quote Dune. Fear is the mind killer, etc., etc.
Fear is the mind killer.
Yeah.
Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. You see, fear is something that limits our ability to create. It limits our ability to be free.
When you're stressed out, it does actually fuck up your immune system. True. Yes. That had no purpose? No, it's just a banger line. Yeah, the fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. Like, yeah, my understanding of this quote is like, don't let fear into yourself. Like, it's a mantra to calm yourself down, right? And like, fear is bad for you. Like, it fucks up your immune system, sure. But it's like he almost understands things. Like, fear is a response to get you out of dangerous situations.
Brings total obliteration.
I will let this fear pass over and through me. You're not supposed to not feel the fear by this mantra. You're right, you recognize it and you let it go.
You see, fear is something that limits our ability to create. It limits our ability to be free. When we're stuck in our fear, we limit our ability to see more possibilities. We're limited from feeling like we can do what we want in life. And we consciously or subconsciously cut ourselves short. In doing so, we cut off our own vital essence because fear grabs you by the root chakra and
Dick obliteration.
stops you from expanding into the higher centers. We explain this to a much greater degree in our chakra videos, which you can also watch on our channel. With all of that out of the way, what the spirit of the medicine at Rhythmia explained was that right now, there's a lot of fear on.
So his source is the spirit of arrhythmia, which is, I guess, this bougie resort he went to?
Both sides of the spectrum, fear of the virus and fear of the vaccines, or Big Pharma's influence in the world, or various conspiracies around the whole thing. As far as vaccines go, this fear most often comes from a lack of trust in the medical institutions, as the companies who have rushed to produce the vaccines in the past year have had notorious histories of healthcare lawsuits. If we take a look at some of the major vaccine companies right now, for example, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and Johnson & Johnson, we find some interesting things. Don't get me wrong, Pfizer is a powerful company. It got its start more than 150 years ago and has come a long way. evolving from a one-stop shop to a multinational corporation. It certainly had many triumphs. It discovered citric acid and mass produces penicillin and vitamin C, helping millions every year. But over the years, the company has also faced lawsuits, including where consumers claimed the drug maker sold defective drugs. Even the US government has charged the company with healthcare fraud. Pfizer set the record for the largest healthcare fraud settlement and the largest criminal fine.
I'm sorry, what are we doing? Like, what the fuck is this at all? You're saying Pfizer is bad? Okay.
Of any kind, with $2.3 billion in 2009 to resolve criminal and civil liability coming from the illegal promotion of certain pharmaceutical
Is this
products.
just anti-vax bullshit?
Back in 2010, AstraZeneca too was forced to pay out $520 million.
I think he's trying to act like he's both sidesing, but he's just like, stop being scared of COVID, stop being scared of the vaccine, just stop being scared and you won't get COVID.
To resolve allegations that they illegally marketed the antipsychotic drug Seroquel for uses not approved as safe and effective by the FDA. And let's be real, the pharma empire that is Johnson & Johnson is no stranger to hundreds of lawsuits over the years, having recalled numerous products and faced claims of their products being defective. Those lawsuits pointed to internal documents showing J&J and its subsidiaries knew about the problems with their products but sold them anyways. In addition to individual product liability lawsuits though, certain states in the US also says that J&J helped fuel the opioid crisis and are suing the company for millions of dollars. As of February 2021, they're currently undergoing lawsuits for everything from their hip replacement tech that supposedly caused metal poisoning to the drug Xarelto that caused heavy bleeding. So it's no wonder people don't feel safe injecting themselves with the chemical soup when they don't even know what's inside it, with many expressing that the production
This is just anti-vax. Vaccine soup. Okay. Can you perhaps say the other side of this if we're going to both sides?
process just felt rushed. But here's what's interesting. In ceremony,
But no, it wasn't rushed. They had been working on that technology for a while, but they fast-tracked it because we had a fucking need all of a sudden.
what Mother Ayahuasca explained was that if you're so afraid for your life because you believe COVID will kill you, then it's actually better to get the vaccine, because for that person, the vaccine will provide peace of heart and mind, reduce their cortisol levels, and thus they'll be able to be a more authentic creator and a clearer expression of
Mother, yeah, I don't know who Ayahuasca is. Yeah, COVID-19 specifically appeared in 2019, but like you
their natural self. She also explained that if you're not afraid of the virus, and especially if you take really good care of your health, then you don't really need it, and there's no need to force yourself to get it.
Okay. But we can see who we can see. I'm sorry, I'm missing something. Why is he talking to a mermaid MILF? The mermaid MILF was the whatever that he talked to while he was on his like rich person thing. You don't. So this guy thinks you don't need COVID vaccines if you just don't vibe with it. It's all vibe based, you know? If you're vibe with the idea of taking the vaccine, good idea. But if you don't like the idea of the vaccine, then don't. It's just a vibes thing, guys. It's not even about whether or not there's any fucking facts that back up any opinion here.
Now, this is the part that might stir up some controversy.
The entire thing you've been saying? Yes.
Because so many people have become bitter towards those who are in the opposite camp. From the mainstream thinking, what I'm telling you is irresponsible.
Yes, because it goes against any fucking science. Yes, that's dumb as shit.
The narrative is that everyone needs the vaccine, period, no questions asked.
Yeah. Yes. Or as many people who can have it. There are some people who cannot because their immune system's fucked. And those people get a pass. But hopefully enough people get the vaccine that it's not able to spread easily. And then it...
Despite the fact that with or without the vaccine, you can get COVID, pass it on to other people, and die.
I'm sorry. Only 0.5% after full vaccination. Chance of death. Like, I feel like that's a pretty important change, man. Like, that's a pretty important note to, like, literally have on frame for, like, 2 frames. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, that is the reason that you'd want to take it. That's very important. I'd like to limit my chances of dying. That's why I do a lot of things. Like, I don't know, take medicine, put on a safety belt when I get in my car, fucking drive the right side of the road when I'm driving, eat every day, try and get 8 hours of sleep. I do a lot of things to avoid dying.
Though
your chances of dying go down massively. Yeah, there are some people whose immune system's still fucked even if they have the vaccine. A seatbelt won't 100% protect you. You're right.
Mentioning that the purpose of the vaccine isn't to prevent you from getting COVID, but to stop severe symptoms to prevent the healthcare industry from getting overwhelmed and collapsing.
That's all, yeah.
Further, those who consider themselves anti-vax may hate this message I'm sharing today too, because to some, anyone who gets the vaccine is now part of Bill Gates' sleeper army, or something like that. I find that it's best to let everyone be empowered with their own decision and not try and force your beliefs on others.
No, it's not a belief. That's just how facts work. Like, you could just... You literally had a fact on screen a couple slides ago that said that you have, like, only a 0.5% chance of dying if you're vaccinated. That seems good.
Being natural and letting things flow as they do is going to be the way that we get through this. And
No.
be open to receiving great wisdom from the experience.
No.
It may also be valuable to explore the perspective of the spiritually vaccinated. One of our staff members at Team Spirit has had both shots of the Pfizer vaccine. And speaking to it, he said, "Initially, I had some side effects like a normal flu, but my immune system flushed it out in about a day.
Right.
Energetically speaking, it did feel like something was added into my field at first. But with basic energy work, I was easily able to isolate it and remove it with love and gentle movement."
Oh, good. Yeah, when... Yeah, when I had my COVID shots, usually whenever I have a COVID shot or a flu shot, I feel like shit for like maybe a day or two. But it goes away. I didn't meditate. I didn't rub any crystals on my taint. Like, it just goes away.
Now I feel totally back to normal and healthy as usual. And another member
That's kind of a thing that a vaccine does, is it you know, your body thinks that it's sick and it's gonna fight it. And like, when it fights that, but if I did rub crystals on my taint, maybe things would have been different. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Yeah, the first COVID shot kicked my ass. I'm not going to lie. But, like, you know, you get and it's dependent on your immune system. Like, my immune system's hardcore as shit, so it goes off real fucking hard when I get sick. And I feel like ass, but I burned through it real good.
The J&J vaccine out of necessity in order to do some important traveling. And he said that it did feel as though after receiving the shot, there was an elevation into a new mental field, which may just be the collective consciousness of every vaccinated person.
What?
But in that way, he was able to relate better with people and continue to live his life in service. He also described that if there was any bad energies from the vaccine, his soul is still more powerful than any shot, and through energy work and perhaps support from plant medicine like ayahuasca, anything can be purged and healed.
What? Just, you could, okay.
Making him stronger than ever before. You see, there's a principle that comes from the Tao Te Ching, which says that if you want something to go away, you have to let it become bigger, rather than fighting it and suppressing it. You have to let it expand, because in this way, it will naturally wear itself out.
What? I hope you're not going to, let's make COVID worse.
This applies perfectly to both the virus, the vaccines, and the mass fear.
No, it doesn't. How did you make spiritualism accelerationist?
Are like a giant wave moving through us as a species. When you're getting crashed by a big tidal wave at an ocean beach, the worst thing you can do is fight it. And the best thing you can do is dive through it and let it pass by you. If you make fights with people who are in the opposite camp as you, you just create more stress and fear, along with anger and frustration. This is because it's something that has a lot of emotional and energetic charge. And by releasing the charge from your own field, you release your own stress about it, and life will just flow smoother. Vaccine or no vaccine, what benefit will come from forcing your decisions on others who might feel differently?
People I know might not die. People that I know that have like immune systems that are compromised, that are, elderly, like, yeah, that would be the thing that I'd want. I want more people to get the vaccine so I don't have to worry about my family and my friends as much. Like that would be the thing that I'd want to have happen if I convince people to take the vaccine. How many views did this get? 124,000. I don't know how much of this my body can actually take. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, my dude. Your spirit is stronger than any shot. Stronger than any video. Let's go back to that rat video. Where was it? No? Okay, no.
What would it look like for you to live with the fullness of your own beliefs? I mean, seriously, would you rather be like Zuko at the beginning of Avatar?
What?
Or the end? In that, it's always best to take in as much information as you possibly can so that you can be properly informed and make the best possible decision. The biggest issue in the vax conversation seems to be that people are either entirely on one side or the other.
Yeah, because it's a binary fucking issue. Either you take it or you don't. That's... I didn't watch Avatar. What the fuck was Zuko doing here?
Solution then means really just taking the time to learn about the vaccines, the pros and the cons, what people are saying on both sides, and taking mental notes of patterns that you're observing. For example, the media will often portray a lot of people who got sick and then changed their minds about getting the vaccine. But more often than not, these people were already obese or in poor health. While there are...
Okay, sure. Yeah, like some of the people who got the vaccine just had... I think what he's saying is that the people who get sick from the vaccine, like... that got sick is because they already had pre-existing health conditions. Like, So that's what I was saying earlier. Like, some people won't be able to take the shot because it'd be bad for them. Zuko is indoctrinated by a fascist ethno-state. Everything gets... he eventually gets out and learns not to be fascist. The fuck does that have to do with anything?
Certainly rising cases in younger, healthier people, the general trend is that COVID amplifies issues that you already have with your health. And it's especially bad if you already
Yeah, it fucks up your internal organs. You need those to not be dead. And people who already have problems with them would like them to be not damaged more. That's how everything works. If I shoot you with a gun and it hits your lungs, you're going to have trouble breathing. Even if you had a pre-existing condition of asthma and I shoot you in the lungs, it's going to be bad too. I don't think he's saying that old people and disabled people are expendable. I think he's saying, look at the arguments from both sides, check how your vibes feel, and then just, you know, take the vaccine or not, depending on how you feel. This is the most centrist spiritual take I think I've ever seen.
have an older condition.
Like, he's also saying that basically you don't need to have the vaccine as long as your spirit is strong enough.
Or are unhealthy. Personally, I haven't seen many examples of people who were already super healthy to begin with that the media made an example of. Then again, I've seen people who were anti-vax who had ridiculous levels of conspiracy ideas that were just a bit over the top and were not able to consider a more balanced approach or understanding.
Oh,
At the end of the day, this is a conversation.
Oh, that is like a sentence. That's it? We're not gonna...
different paradigms of human thought and human consciousness. It's about the different realities that we're choosing to live in, along with fear and how we're choosing to take care of ourselves. To close this conversation, I want to share with you something that Jerry Powell, the founder of Rhythmia, posted on Instagram a while back. Marriage is hard. Divorce is hard. Choose your hard.
Get hard.
Obesity is hard. Being fit is hard. Choose your hard. Being in debt is hard. Being financially disciplined is hard. Choose your hard. Communication is hard. Not communicating is hard. Choose your hard. Life will never be easy. It will always be hard. But we can choose our hard. Pick wisely.
I choose my dick to be hard.
To add some more weight to this, in Dune, after that line I shared earlier, Frank Herbert wrote this about fear. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. If we're choosing to live in fear, we fully limit ourselves from being divine creators at the highest degree. It seems then as though this fear creates a split root chakra energy in the collective, creating a polarization between what people think is safe. In doing so, everyone has a different idea of what safety is. This deepens our individual and collective root chakra wounds, increasing fear and challenging all of us to evolve our consciousness or conform in mass. At the end of the day, your life is in your hands. Treat it sacred and be blessed.
I don't... You want me to watch the human history one? Okay. Can I start throwing shit at my monitor now? No. Manifest violence. Spiritually and physically. See which one, yeah. See how it works out. I'm absolutely flabbergasted by that take. The argument here is you should do whatever makes you not afraid because your fear is fucking with your chakra or whatever. The actual things that matter or not, whether or not getting the vaccine is helpful or not, is entirely based on your own vibes. That is what this 10, 14, 15-minute video said. It's secretly anti-vax. It's not anti-vax openly. I know that sounds weird. You guys are reading between the lines. But what he's saying is, you know, you don't need the vaccine if you're just not afraid of COVID. It's implicitly anti-vax, but he gives you that option so that way he doesn't have to get dinged for the, you know, saying anti-vax stuff. Yeah, if you're standing on a track and there's a train coming at you, the real problem isn't the train, it's your fear of the train. If you're just not afraid of the train, then it can't hurt you. Manifest a destiny where you don't get killed by a train when it hits you. Yeah, he solved the trolley problem. Yeah, just send that one train towards the one guy because the one guy is a yogi who can control his chakra or whatever, and he won't get hurt by it. Don't argue. Yeah, that's a good point too. Don't argue with them. Don't argue with people who are anti-vax because that makes you upset. And if it makes you upset, then you're afraid. And if you're afraid, you get COVID. My God, he's dumb. But he's really good at saying this shit, you know? Like, he's saying things that sound spiritual. Like, if you want to know how to get to my depression, go find some YouTuber that has more subscribers than me and says stupid as shit fuck. I mean, he's got charisma and he's got like a you know, he knows the vibe. He knows how to do this now, you know? You don't, this is, he's got the charisma for it. He's got the budget for it. I'm ready. I think this is going to be he has charisma. Yeah, he says things in a way that people respond to. It's straight up a cult. It feels like a cult. His Riz is dangerous. This is apparently
Over
like
the last few thousand years, we have warped our own history.
Okay. Thank you, Jordan. I used to be the type of person who believed in sacred geometry and crystal magic. Then I saw Space Jews and realized how loony it all was. This video saved me. Dangerous.
Our stories of the past have been changed, altered,
amazing,
mistranslated, and completely been misunderstood as we rounded the curve on the precession of the equinox. Modern views of our history account for many things, but completely dismiss many very important pieces in the puzzle. For example,
like?
The pyramids of Giza. There is no modern theory that accounts for how these could have been made.
No, there is. It was slave labor.
Individually, each block cannot be pulled even with 50 men pulling it.
Yeah, no, you put rolling pins under them.
Let alone drag it for hundreds of miles and then stack them on top of each other 450 feet in the air in such a precise way that even modern technology can't achieve.
No, you can, actually. Apparently, this guy's sponsor, Rhythmia, which he didn't disclose in that video, he just said that he went and enjoyed it, has allegations of abuse towards staff and customers. No shit.
To mention having it lined up precisely with both Orion's belt, a golden mean, and Fibonacci spiral, and be a primary nodal point of every sacred site on the planet.
Yeah, that last thing isn't a real thing, so sure. What were the other points? Golden ratio. Yeah, they lined it up with the stars because they thought the stars were cool as fuck.
And that's just one example. Our history is not what we think. Many things that we've been led to believe to be true simply is not. This has got to be the
Are not. Simply are not.
Biggest. The field of archaeology recently saw some monumental discoveries that are rocking the foundation of what we think we know about ourselves. Many ancient cities such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad that were written about in the Bible and other ancient texts were always thought to be myths because no one could prove they existed. Then, one of them was found. This led to finding another, and then another. Inside one of these cities, archaeologists found thousands of cylindrical clay tablets hidden deep within the earth under this ancient city. The tablets were completely covered in text, written in cuneiform, and tell an ancient story that spans back over hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, describing the history of the earth and the origins of the human race in great detail. Now, the first thing we all...
They found religion? Okay.
all want to do is just say that they were making things up. They didn't know the history of Earth, and they were simply creating tales to explain where they came from.
Yeah.
However, if this was true, how can we explain how they knew so many things about the universe that would seem impossible to know?
They didn't.
Not only did the Dogons know all about the distant planets in the solar system,
you just look up at the sky and you see fucking planets.
But so did the Sumerians. They described them all in great detail in these Sumerian records. They also knew about the precession of the equinox. That's a tough one for a historian to understand, because it takes over 2,000 years of continuous observation to actually learn that the Earth has a wobble. The Sumerians had this information from day one of their civilization. A man named Zacharias Sitchin spent a long time transcribing these texts and had put them all together in his books, but many others have also done the same, and the interpretations are always very similar. Not only that, but Thoth has also shared information about this with us, and his account...
What?
matches the Sumerian records. Adamus and other channelings discuss it as well. If you see
What?
all of these records and sources, there is a huge connection between the stories.
What?
Now, this story spans back hundreds of thousands of years into our past. It talks about Tiamat and Nibiru, the Nephilim, seeding the human race, Adam and Eve, and the children of Lemuria. This portion of the story is really interesting, but not the most crucial to know. We're not going to be covering this at this time. We are, however, going to be picking up the story at the end of Lemuria and discussing the events of Atlantis
I don't know what that is.
up to present day. What I'm going to tell you
Atlantis,
is a mix
okay.
of what these records say, along with what Thoth has told us for some...
For the record, the whole doggone thing is bullshit because the guy who did the first contact fucked up so bad that he contaminated his data. Dogon.
some finer details. Please have your own experience while watching this. I'm not going to tell you that this is fact. I am simply saying... decide for yourself.
I'm just going to tell you some random bullshit and assume that it's fact. You literally were telling it was true earlier. Hey, I know I said that cult book earlier was funny, but it was funny because they said they were getting radio broadcasts from space aliens about Jesus. Right. I think I remember stumbling upon this channel back, like, pre-Vinesauce days, because I used to hang out on X a lot, and I might have seen some of these videos and just been like, is this extra credit? Take it down a notch, man.
There was a time, long
Okay. Why does his avatar have patches?
ago, when humans existed at a very high level of consciousness. We were interdimensional and were very psychic.
Okay.
We communicated through thought and emotion, much like how animals do rather than speaking or writing.
That's
It
not what
seemed
they
very
do.
Primitive. We lived
Body language exists.
primarily on a large string of islands called Lemuria, but there was a consciousness shift. We moved up in consciousness, and the islands of Lemuria sank beneath the oceans.
What?
At the time of this shift, a new
What?
continent rose out of the waters. We called it Atlantis.
What?
Back in the early 1900s, the spiritual path of the United States was similar to what's happening today. People began to learn about meditation and study ancient lands like Atlantis and Lemuria. We actually found quite a bit of evidence that Lemuria existed, and it had to do with coral. See, the ocean floor does rise and fall. Coral can exist up to 150 feet under the surface of the water. In 1910, the surface of the ocean was probably higher because they were able to see coral rings heading away from Easter Islands for a great distance. These rings were estimated.
He bought this avatar from one of his high school classmates for like $20. He's never pronounced Lemuria the same way twice. I'm struggling to even like follow some of that.
Estimated to be found at 1,800 feet, which means that for them to have existed, they would have had to be much higher and sunk slowly. Probably more important, they also found the exact same fauna and flora from the Hawaiian Islands all the way to the Easter Islands. This is a great distance, but if you look at a map, you'll see a long string. That string, according to Thoth, used to run along the western shores of Lemuria.
What? No, Thoth is a Egyptian god. Yeah. Okay, but like
it is only on these islands that have the same flora and fauna. Same trees, bugs, bacteria, everything. Science can only explain this if there were closer land bridges between these islands at one point.
Yeah, and that's what they... Have you heard of Pangea, my bitch?
Although we were studying this at that time, World War I began soon after, and we lost interest in spirituality and the ancient lands for a very long time. After the sinking of Lemuria and the rising of Atlantis, at first the human race became scattered. We moved to various islands and continents all over the world because we didn't have a home. Yet, we didn't know where to go. At that time, there were about 1,000 humans at a very high consciousness, more than all of the...
What does that mean? You keep saying that, but you haven't defined your terms.
...rest. They were called the Nakals. Today, we know them as Ascended Masters. The Nakals began preparing Atlantis to be our new home. They projected their energies across the surface of the continent in the form of the Tree of Life, not with 10 circles, but with 12, an extra on top on the island of Udal, and an extra on the bottom in the water. There were 10 components on the mainland, and even though it extended over...
Source? Thoth again?
For hundreds of miles on the surface, it was projected to the accuracy of a single atom. We chose to move to Atlantis because of the Kundalini. In humans, the Kundalini is often referred to as the energy serpent that runs up and down your spine. When activated, it provides an immense amount of energy through all of the chakras. The Earth itself also has a Kundalini because the Earth is alive, like an organism, running from the center of the planet to a specific place on the surface. Wherever the Kundalini resides...
Oh, thank fuck the world is round. We at least have that.
The people there become the spiritual leaders of the world. The Earth chose Atlantis to be the new energetic center of the planet. After Atlantis, the Kundalini moved to the mountains of Tibet, which is why the Buddhists were the leaders in pure spirituality for the last 13,000 years.
What?
It was a very pure place. It moved again within the last 10 years, but that's a story for another time.
No. Where is it now? Is it at that rapist camp that you were talking about earlier? Is that where it is now?
If you want to read more, check out the book The Serpent of Light by Drunvalo Melchizedek.
I'm good.
Suddenly, in a single day, the Nakals breathed life into the Tree of Life on the surface of Atlantis. This created vortexes of energy rotating out of each and every circle. Once the vortexes were established, the children of Lemuria began to be called forth. Millions upon millions of Lemurians who had settled all across the planet began to be pulled toward Atlantis. A great migration began. However, the Lemurian body of consciousness had only reached the age of 12 as a planetary consciousness.
What?
Because we were right-brained, we were a female species, like a 12-year-old girl. And
what? 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 We were right. The right brain, left brain thing isn't real.
And some of our centers weren't working yet. They had worked with these energies, but only mastered 8 of the 10. Each migrating Lemurian was attracted to one of these 8 centers on Atlantis, depending on the nature of the individual. There, they settled and began to build cities. That left 2 vortexes with nobody using them, not a single person. These 2 vortexes were pulling life toward them, and in life, you can't have an empty place. Life will find a way to fill it. Similar to if you were driving along a freeway, following another car, and you drop too far behind, someone will fill the place. That's exactly what happened on Atlantis.
What?
Though the Lemurians had only filled 8 of the vortex areas, Mayan records state clearly that there were 10 cities in Atlantis when it fell. You can see...
What?
these records in the Troano document, which is now located in the British Museum. This document is estimated to be 3,500 years old.
Go back to the 12-year-old girl comment? No. The civilization had only advanced to the level of 12-year-olds, and they were only using the right side of their brain, which means they were all girls. Even the boys were girls. So they're all 12-year-old girls. That's all he was saying. It doesn't make sense. Why didn't they go inhabit those 2 other vortexes? Like, there were more than 8 of them, right? I'm sorry, I wasn't fully comprehending this.
And it describes in detail the sinking of Atlantis. To fill these 2 empty vortexes, according to Thoth, 2 extraterrestrial races stepped in. Not 1, but 2 completely different races. The first race were the Hebrews, coming from our future. Thoth said...
Yeah?
says that they came from off-planet, but we don't know where exactly. The Hebrews were kind of like a kid who went through 5th grade and didn't make it, so they had to do that grade over again. They learned all the math, the left brain stuff, but they didn't get the right brain aspect of evolving consciousness, the doing. They didn't graduate to the next level of evolution, so they had to do it again. They knew a lot of things that we didn't.
Okay, hold on. Take a bet on what the other race is. We have the Atlanteans and the Space Jews, who failed their spirituality training or whatever the fuck. It's gonna be black people, isn't it? Like, it's gotta be black people. Like, there's no way that it's not black people.
Know yet, and brought many concepts and ideas to us that we weren't aware of yet. Now, if this is true, this would explain quite a few...
It's not. It's not. Nothing you've said so far is true.
Things about the Hebrew people in general. They seem to have many sacred geometries hidden within their culture. It also puts perspective on the story of Exodus. Perhaps Moses incarnated into that lifetime to free the Hebrews because they were not direct descendants of humans and were being treated unfairly. Or could it be that Moses was visited?
If you're Jewish, you're not human. That's a fucking swing.
By an ascended master of the Hebrews who guided him to free their people. Given what we know about dimensions and consciousness, it definitely puts a fresh perspective on old stories that didn't make much sense. We could talk about this more, but let's continue for now.
No.
There were no problems caused by the Hebrews coming to Atlantis. They actually benefited our evolution. The other race that stepped in caused big problems. These beings came from the nearby planet of Mars. See, according to Thoth, Mars looked very much like Earth a little less than 1 million years ago. It was beautiful. It had oceans and water and trees that were just fantastic. But something happened to them, and it has to do with something called the Lucifer experiment. From the very beginning of creation, everything is simply an experiment. Creation itself was just consciousness creating and inhabiting itself in that creation. There is no divine plan. Spirit can do whatever it wants. Having said that, if Spirit decides to cut itself off from the rest of consciousness and create a separate reality on its own, it can do that too. This is called the Lucifer experiment. Because Spirit is God, it can do this. There is nothing wrong with that. We've kind of been led to believe that Lucifer is evil and the devil. This just isn't true. Lucifer is just another means of perceiving the reality. It is not a unity perception of oneness, but rather a duality perception of two-ness. There's a flower of life pattern for Lucifer as well, but that's a big topic for another time.
What?
Anytime the Lucifer experiment has been attempted in the universe, it always ends in failure. The species will cut
Is this Homestuck?
itself off from love and will become incredibly male, left-brained. What always ends up happening is that everyone becomes very greedy. There is no compassion for one another, and everyone ends up fighting until they end up killing themselves. More than 1 million years ago, the beings on Mars joined the Lucifer experiment, and it failed dramatically. Basically, they cut themselves off from the unity of the universe and created a separate reality.
Okay.
When the Martians severed the love bond, they became pure male, logical beings with no emotions. What happened on Mars was that they ended up fighting. Mars became a battleground. Eventually, it became clear that Mars was not going to survive. They blew their atmosphere away and destroyed the surface of the planet. Nova recently did an episode on planetary magnetics, and they found some interesting things about Mars.
Fucking Source?
The planet didn't have a magnetic system, however the surface was magnetized, implying that at one point it did, but that something happened. Now, we've been discussing the star tetrahedron before, and now I want to give you a brief understanding of the Merkaba. The Merkaba was known in ancient times as
Why'd you pronounce it wrong? One of those times you must have. Because you've said it 2 different ways. One of the other is real.
the Chariot of Ascension. It is the star tetrahedral energy field around the body.
Yeah, you could just put any symbol over another thing and it'll look like they're... Okay.
All around the world, there are references to this in ancient texts. When activated to its full potential, the Merkaba, which is both a tool and part of your being, can be used to do the impossible, included but not limited to changing dimensions and traveling through the universe.
Oh, fuck yeah, I can go see Harry Potter in real life.
Destroyed, they built huge tetrahedral pyramids. They built 3...
Oh, I'm sorry, I just want to back up like for half a second.
Which is both a tool and part of your being, can be used to do the impossible, included but not limited to changing dimensions and traveling through the universe. Before Mars was destroyed, they built huge...
Are we talking about the face on Mars? Have you seen the new images of the face on Mars? Yeah, here's a higher resolution version of the same thing. Turns out it's actually not that exciting. It turns out that a lot of that had to do with, like, you know, the time of day on Mars and the quality of our cameras. And it wasn't actually that, you know, that interesting. It was pretty cool, you know? I mean, this was neat. It's kind of creepy. It's neat. It's just a hill. So, you know, that's cool. Anyway, back to space juice, right?
Huge tetrahedral pyramids. They built 3, 4, and 5-sided pyramids. Eventually,
you know what? You want to know why so many different cultures built pyramids? Go get some rocks and stack them real high. Just go find some rocks outside and try and stack them. You know? Make them big. Like, make it a big pile of rocks. Turns out, pyramid's kind of the default shape of things to put, like, in a group. Like, that you just, if you put rocks on top of rocks, the easiest way to do that is to make them a pyramid. Why the fuck are we watching this? Because chat really liked it when we looked at this insane shit the other day, and then they're like, check out Spirit Science instead.
building a complex that was
Things generally pile into pyramids. It's just a really good shape for making piles with.
Merkaba. After 1 million years or so, it's been eroded, but the proof is there. Now, because the Martians were severed from the Unity consciousness, they couldn't create a living Merkaba. They simply...
I'm sorry, where was the source on the Mars? You moved the... I'm sorry, yeah, no, sorry.
Used it as a tool. They created a synthetic Merkaba to travel in time and find a new home. A small group of Martians tried to get away from Mars before it was destroyed, and that place they found was Earth. About 65,000 years in our past. They saw this little vortex sitting there, just pulling in life, with no one in it. They didn't ask permission. Being part
Any sources or links in the description? That's a great question. No. There are no sources. You can go and pay money.
The Lucifer experiment.
No, his source isn't himself. It's Thoth. Weren't you guys paying attention? The bird guy told him.
They just said, all right, let's do it. And they stepped onto that vortex, and in doing so, they joined and changed our evolutionary path. Thoth's father, Thome, was one of the Nakals who set up Atlantis on the island of...
See?
That island, the top of the Tree of Life, was the brain of Atlantis, and on it was a small city called Poseidon. This city is what Plato was discussing when he said that Poseidon bore 10 children, the 10 circles on the Tree of Life. Poseidon was...
Wait, what? No, that's a different race of people. The space Jews were fine, I guess. I feel okay.
Plato was discussing when he said that Poseidon bore
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Does this one not count? Does the root chakra not count? Yeah, because the Poseidon, the head, made these Chakra is stored in the
10 circles
balls.
on the Tree of Life. Poseidon was made of 3 rings painted in black, red, and white stones, and it was the symbol for Atlantis. The inner circle represented the Nacals. The middle circle were the priesthood, called the Maya, and the outer circle represented the regular people of Atlantis. We'll come back to this down the road. There were only a few thousand Martians who came to Earth through the synthetic Merkaba. The first thing they did when they arrived in Atlantis was try to take over the continent. They tried to declare war and invade. However, they were vulnerable due to their small numbers, compared to the millions of Atlanteans, and we finally subdued them. We were able to stop them from conquering us, but we could not send them back. When this happened on our evolutionary path, we now had the planetary consciousness of a 14-year-old girl. The Martians were an incredibly male species, and also very old. So what you had was a 14-year-old girl being taken over by a 60 or 70-year-old man.
This guy knows a lot about what it is to be a creeper.
We had no choice in the matter. The Martians just stepped in and said, like it or not, we're here. They didn't care what we thought or felt about it. Really, it was no different from what the settlers of North America did to the Native Americans. Once the initial conflict was over, it was agreed that the Martians would try and understand this female thing they lacked. This emotional feeling, which they had none of at all. Things more or less
To be feminine is to have emotions.
settled for a while, but the Martians slowly began to implement their left-brain technologies, which the Atlanteans knew nothing about. One after the other, the Martians kept putting out these left-brain inventions, until the Atlanteans slowly began to see things through their left brain. We slowly began to become a male species.
What?
The Martians gained control, bit by bit, until eventually they had all of the power, as was their intention. The animosity between Atlanteans and the Martians never subsided, not even till the end of Atlantis. They hated each other. The Atlanteans were shoved down and treated like inferiors. It was like a marriage that the female component didn't like, but the male component didn't really care if she liked it or not. It remained this way for a very long time, until about 26,000 years ago, when the next phase slowly began. Before we continue, we have to talk about polar shifts. See, in the
So there's 3 genders. There's Atlantean, Space Jew, and Mars. Okay.
1930s, Edgar Cayce was channeling information for a geologist when he stopped and he said, "There's something you should know. In the near future, the Earth's poles are going to shift." Cayce was a brilliant man with a very strong connection to higher dimensions,
What?
where he communicated with other beings for the human race.
Source.
Ultimately, it was because of his channelings that the belief system called New Age was created. This is again just putting what he was doing into boxes of understanding, because no one else understood what he was doing at that time. Nevertheless, when Cayce talked, people listened. Geologists began exploring the possibility of a polar shift, and they found something remarkable. A string of major pieces of evidence came forth and lent tremendous weight to what Cayce was saying, and they have now changed the world's view on the subject. Scientists believed that if there was going to be a physical pole shift, there would also be a change in the magnetic
Why is the music going so hard?
Lava beds, geologists were able to see where the planetary magnetics were when the lava beds hardened at certain depths. They found that the earlier magnetic poles were not where they were now, but in Hawaii. The last shift that took place was 13,000 years ago, and we will get there in the story soon. They did another test and found that it had shifted again.
Okay, so this is the thing that like a lot of people who don't actually want to back up what they're saying will do. They will say that we'll come back to that, and then they don't. Because they're doing like so much bullshit so fast.
Again, 26,000 years ago as well. Scientists also learned that polar shifts happen very quickly. In a single day, the magnetics would do a complete flip, or turn 90 degrees. There's that number again. And within 24 hours, the sun would be rising differently than it did the previous day. This shift has happened hundreds of times over the last 100 million years on Earth, but it's speeding up now and happening faster and faster.
They've said it twice now, where they're like, we'll get back to that.
Now only 13,000 years between each shift. A whole new viewpoint is beginning to be understood. From space, would this not appear as a pulse? Now, there's a lot more to talk about with polar shifts, but I'm going to give you the basics.
Okay.
A scientist named Charles Hapgood was studying this at great detail because the leading theory behind what caused polar shifts was still underdeveloped at the time. He came up with a theory that demonstrated to be possible through various...
Well, sometimes the poles shift only 90 degrees rather than, 180.
Experiments. Through these experiments, they learned that the surface of the Earth, the crust, could slip over the main mass of the Earth, which continues its rotation as if nothing happened. The crust would rotate and spin out of control until eventually it settles again in a new location aligned with the new magnetics. During this time, there are massive earthquakes and tsunamis and devastations that rock the world. Doesn't that sound a bit like the destruction described in the Book of Revelations? Now, I don't want to freak anyone out. Besides Edgar Cayce's account, many other ancient prophecies, including Nostradamus and Mayan prophecies, have talked about polar shifts in one way or another. And modern science is becoming increasingly aware that there is going to be a polar shift in our near future, which is lining up with our consciousness shift, though they don't take that aspect into account. It's funny actually, a while back, Nova did 2 reports on polar shifts, and both times NASA shut them down. Then recently, Nova released a new video called Earth's Magnetic Storm. That video shows all of the evidence for pole shifts without actually using the words pole shift. It's almost as if a specific company doesn't want us knowing about this and the evidence that's been brought forth.
What?
Polar shifts are directly related to the magnetics of the planet as well. Planetary magnetics are supposed to look like this, but the reality is much different. Our magnetics have been weakened.
Yeah, NASA's a company now. Big NASA doesn't want you to know that the poles are like... Yeah, how does NASA have the authority to shut down something that happened on Nova?
500 years or so, and today they look a little more like this. It was the magnetics becoming more and more warped that's causing many of the problems we...
What is this goblin talking about? Fucking... Women are from Earth. Jews are from space. Men are from Mars. I don't know.
In the last 20 years. Birds follow the magnetics of the planet to migrate, and they've been ending up in places they shouldn't be. Whales were continually beaching themselves in the 90s because they followed these magnetics.
This sucks, oh shit!
Where there should have been water.
Oh yeah, no, we had the space Jews moment.
There are more rapes, murders, and violent crimes than any other night of the lunar cycle. Well, the moon affects the magnetics of the Earth, slightly. But the magnetics are so warped right now, it's affecting how we think and act as a planet.
Fucking source?
Our collapse of social structure is related to the geomagnetics of the Earth. Or perhaps it's the other way around. There's one other thing that we need to discuss about polar shifts. They always line up with a consciousness shift. They are interrelated. Thoth lived on Atlantis for a very long time.
Source!
He told us that he saw the Earth shift 5 times, watching the sun rise in the east, and then the west, then the east, then the west. This is how to explain why during a consciousness shift at the end of Lemuria, it sank beneath the oceans and Atlantis rose. If the crust was spinning randomly around the planet, many geological events such as continents rising and falling would take place. Now that we have an understanding of polar shifts...
We don't. You don't. You clearly don't understand this subject. You don't understand...
Atlantis. 26,000 years ago, we were exactly where we were today on the precession of the equinox. We had gone through our falling asleep phase, and we were about to begin waking up. It was
I wonder if this guy plagiarized anything. From whom? How the fuck do you even plagiarize this? Like, I don't even know what the fuck he's saying half the time. I think Thoth is okay with him plagiarizing this, as that Thoth is a fucking guy he made up. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, official pig wrestler.
At this point that there was a small consciousness
from other insane people. Yeah.
Consciousness, not up. A piece of Atlantis about the size of Rhode Island sank into the ocean. This caused a tremendous amount of fear within the Atlanteans because they thought they were going to lose the whole continent, like what happened with Lemuria. Because of the consciousness shift, one of the bigger things they lost was their connection to the future. They couldn't foresee big events such as the potential sinking of their home.
Why is this image so low res?
After about 200 years...
How do we know this? Thoth? His god friend who just shows up and tells him shit like this?
This fear began to subside. Now, in both the Bible and the Sumerian records,
what is that?
Accounts of Adam, Eve, and all of their children
Egyptian
were reported to
bird
have
god?
Exceptionally long lifespans, like 900 years or so. So 200 years for us back then is like 20 years for us today. We'll explain how we got there soon. Things kind of settled for a while, and then between 13,000...
Can you explain that now?
Years ago, a comet
it's relevant to my life right now.
Because we were living at a high consciousness across all dimensions, the Atlanteans became aware of it before it hit. A great conflict occurred in Atlantis. The Martians, who were in the minority even though they were in control, wanted to blow it out of the sky with their laser technology. However, the Nakals had learned of the comet's true nature, and the Atlanteans protested. They said that the comet was in divine order. They had to allow it to take place naturally. Let it hit the Earth. That's what's supposed to happen. The Martians fought the Atlanteans, but in the end they gave in. the Martians agreed to let it hit the Earth. When the time arrived, it came screaming into the
Isn't Atlantis a myth? Yeah.
Ocean, just off to the western shores of Atlantis, near where Charleston, South Carolina is now. Only that was at the bottom of the ocean at the time.
Sure.
The remnants of the comet are now scattered.
Not the actual crash site.
Has definitely determined that it hit at least 12,000 years ago, if not more. They're still finding pieces today. Although the main portion struck near Charleston, a few fragments actually hit the main body of Atlantis, crashing into an area right where the Martians were living, killing a huge portion of their population.
Okay.
They were pissed. They said, "It's all over. We're divorcing you, and we're gonna do whatever we want. You can do what you want, but we will never listen to you again." We know this whole bit. We've seen it in divorced families throughout the world.
What?
And the children? Well, look at our modern world today. We are the children.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You can guess what the Martians did next. Their primary interface with the reality was control, and when their anger rose to meet their desire for control, they decided to take over the Earth. They began to once again create a complex like the one they built on Mars long ago to try and create another synthetic Merkaba. If they had succeeded, they would have gained control over everything on the planet. The only thing was, around 50,000 Earth years had passed since they had built a Merkaba, and they didn't quite remember how to do it. But they thought they did. The Martians built the buildings in Atlantis. They set up the whole experiment, threw the switch, and lost control. The destruction was immense. In this reality, you can hardly make a greater error than to create an out-of-control Merkaba.
I mean, everyone knows what happens when you do that. You know, just the other day I was trying to make a Merkaba and I fucked it up and destroyed half of Texas. I mean, fuck, man. Like, yeah, you can't be doing that shit. Fucking idiots. Everyone knows that. Isn't there no life on Mars? Yeah, no, it's because they tried to make a Merkaba there, I guess. Imagine not understanding how Merkabas work. A word that he doesn't know how to pronounce regularly.
Experiment began to rip open the dimensional levels. Not the higher ones, but the lower ones. To give an analogy, if you took a knife and slit open your stomach, the stomach acids would seep into other parts of the body that it's not supposed to be in. That's like ripping open the dimensions. The Martians almost destroyed the Earth.
Okay.
The environmental disaster we are experiencing today is nothing in comparison, though today's disasters are a direct result of these events.
No, actually, it's carbon emissions. That's the reason that we're having these changes. We should be going through a cooling cycle right now, based on where we are in our rhythm of ice ages, but we're not because of the industrialization of the world. Should this even be on YouTube? Should this even... Yeah, I don't know, man. I do not know. I'm sorry I called you that. I have no idea, honey. I have absolutely no fucking idea.
Because of this tear in the dimensional levels, a huge number of lower dimensional spirits and beings were thrown out of their comfort zone and into these higher levels. They were forced into a world that they did not know or understand. To survive, they needed bodies, and began automatically entering into the bodies of people. For every human body, there were hundreds of lower dimensional spirits inhabiting them.
Is this Scientology?
These beings were Earthlings, like us, but very different, not coming from this dimension. It was a catastrophe, probably the biggest the Earth has ever seen. The reason the Nakals were special wasn't just because of their incredibly high consciousness.
Which you still haven't defined. I need to know what that means. I need to know what a high consciousness means.
Like guides of Atlantis, they also had achieved what today we call immortality. Let's just say they figured out a way to keep their body healthy and young for as long as they chose, and could choose to pass on whenever they desired it. When reincarnating, they do not...
Let's just say that. Let's not have any fucking evidence. What?
Suffer the great memory loss that we do when we incarnate. They did it through their expanded consciousness and tantric...
Reincarnation is real.
Interdimensional sex meditations.
Okay.
This is how Thoth was a priest king of Atlantis for thousands of years and stayed on Earth until 15 years ago when he gave all of his memories and understanding about sacred geometry to a man named Drunvalo Melchizedek. The Merkaba is formed out of 3 star tetrahedrons overlaid on top of each other.
But didn't you say you got so... Wait, no, Thoth talked to you, right? He left 25 years ago. Yeah. At this 26-ish. Like, didn't he say that Thoth was talking to him, like, recently? So, like, wouldn't that be a more recent because he straight up said that his source was Thoth earlier, right? Like, that seemed very direct. Your source is a source that talked to a guy.
2 of them are counter-rotating, and the third is stationary. When the Merkaba is formed with the unity consciousness, it is formed internally with love. When it is formed externally through the Lucifer experiment, it does not have that love, and can become unstable very quickly. The Martians' attempt at controlling the world took place on one of the small islands in the west of Atlantis. This place today is known as the Bermuda Triangle.
Fuck off! Come on!
It's a triangle because the top of the stationary tetrahedron of the Merkaba is actually sticking out of the water there, which causes a huge electromagnetic imbalance in that area. Many planes and boats have reported to...
Yeah, you wanna know why so many planes and shit crash over it? It's because it's a really convenient way to go. It's just, you go that way because it makes sense to go that way. There's a lot of, like, it's a really convenient way to go to somewhere. It doesn't mean anything.
Have gone missing there. They just vanished without a trace. The imbalance is multidimensional.
Like, there are a lot of car crashes on the road here in Austin because that's where cars are. You don't generally have more car accidents in, I don't know, parks? Like in the middle of a park or in like a Dairy Queen, you know? Snowmancer, thank you for the 21 months of support. Again, I don't believe any of the shit this guy is saying, just so you guys are aware.
Ships and planes have been sucked into different dimensions, never to be seen again.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
That Merkaba is still there on the seafloor today.
No, it's not.
From what I know, it's going to be corrected soon.
How do you know that?
The Nakals did their best to save Atlantis. They sent most of the lower dimensional beings back, at least as many as they could.
I thought you couldn't do that. Isn't that why you couldn't get rid of fucking Mars people? Like you weren't allowed to get them to go away? What are the Nakals? Shut up. Shut up for asking questions.
And sealed up the dimensional tear. Despite this, the situation got really bad, really fast. All of the economic systems collapsed. Financial, social, and all concepts of how life ought to be completely broke down. Everyone on Atlantis began getting sick with weird diseases, and the entire continent went into a state of survival. Life was no longer about living. It became about surviving until tomorrow. It was a literal hell on Earth. The Nakals had no idea what to do. They were children compared to the events that had been thrust upon them. So, they prayed. They prayed to the highest levels of conscious life in the universe, asking for help from anyone who could hear them. The problem was reviewed on many high levels of life, who I am drawing as the Justice League because the 11th and 12th dimensions are completely incomprehensible to us in our current state.
Can you explain how dimensions work? Like, yeah, because here's the thing with, okay, so here's the thing with a lot of like new age kind of stuff like this. If you use science jargon but don't define terms, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. This is not extra credits, they just ape the style.
What they told us was this: we were going to fall. We were going to hit rock bottom, level 1, the lowest place we possibly could be in the universe and still survive. Also, we were changing polarity. We were no longer a female species, so we were starting from square one as a male species. And finally, and this was the shocker, we would only have 13,000 years to return to Christ consciousness. Normally, it takes hundreds of thousands of years for a species to get to Christ consciousness. We had to do it in a fraction of the time.
Fucking why?
If we didn't, we would not survive.
What does Christ consciousness mean?
This has never happened before in the universe, ever. Thoth, who was the priest king of Atlantis at the time, learned that they would have to perform this experiment on themselves. They received instructions from the highest levels of life and they went on their way. Thoth proceeded with a being named Ra and Aragot, who were previous kings of Atlantis, and began the experiment. To understand what they
Why
did,
didn't Aragot have a cool, like, version?
A grid is an etheric crystalline structure that envelops the planet and holds the consciousness of any one species of life. This grid does have an electromagnetic component associated with the third dimension, but it also has a component for every dimension as well. These grids are geometric, of course, and science will eventually discover that there is a grid for every species in the world. Each of these grids have their own geometry and are unique. There's not another one like it, just as the species itself are unique. These grids give off light as well, and from space they can be seen as the source.
No, that's... Have you ever tried shining light at a reflective surface before? Like fucking water? Have you ever tried shining light on water?
Of the bluish glow.
That's understandable. I love you, sweetheart.
What friends had to do was create a synthetic Christ consciousness grid, allowing humans to ascend to Christ consciousness in a very short time. But first, let's talk about the science behind the grid. Perhaps you've heard of the 100th monkey experiment. Over a span of 30 years, scientists were researching a species of monkey called Macaca fuscata on an island in Japan. They were providing the monkeys with sweet potatoes by dropping them in the sand. The monkeys liked sweet potatoes, but they didn't like the sand and dirt so much. A few monkey children figured out that they could wash their sweet potatoes, and some of them taught the technique to their parents. Only a few of the adult monkeys did this though. This went on for some time, until one day, the monkeys who actually knew the technique hit critical mass. And bingo! The technique started spreading faster than it did before. Monkeys started learning it really easily, across all of the Japanese islands nearby, as well as on the mainland. They knew that there had to be something that wasn't yet understood about how a species is connected to itself. So, what did we do? We tried it on humans. Our research team made a picture out of human faces.
Funyo and Reaper?
About 100 faces hidden within a single picture, but at first glance, you could only see about 6 or 7. They did several surveys with a few hundred people in Australia and said, alright, find the faces. Most people could only pick out 6, 7, 8, 9 or so, not many more. After that, the research team went to Britain and aired the picture on a closed cable BBC
This is Funyo Reaper!
that was shown only in England. They showed where all of the faces were, every last one. Half of the research team, which stayed in Australia, did the experiment again with new subjects. And lo and behold, people were just naturally able to see more faces.
This is legitimately just the plot of 999 now. That wasn't real.
Experiment, they knew that something definitely connects us all, and the field of noetics is learning more about it daily. It's mass consciousness. In lesson 11, I showed you the 3 levels of consciousness. Each of these levels...
My God, yeah, no one needs to do drugs anymore. Please explain. That was a plot point in 999, that you're able to understand what other people know by connecting to the cultural consciousness of like whatever your species is. And like they showed this dog to a bunch of people. Morphogenic fields. Honestly, just do cocaine or just drugs in general and you'll get it.
Have their own consciousness grids around the planet, and our second level grid is based on squares and triangles. Many governments of the world, especially the Russian and US governments, were studying our grids back in the 60s and probably earlier. When mapping out the grid on the planet, you find little military bases on many of the nodal points of the grid. There are tons of these bases way out in the middle of nowhere, like on little islands like Guam. This couldn't be a coincidence.
Where is Guam? I wonder if there's anything, you know, relevant about where Guam is in comparison to the rest of the world. Can we, oh, okay. Here we go. Guam appears to be kind of near Australia and kind of near, you know, yeah, there it is. Man, that seems like a really decent strategic point to be able to have. To like, you know, I don't know. If you want to deal with anything over here, this is a pretty decent launch point. Rather than having to launch from here, you just launch from here. It's not pointless. It's almost as if during this time we were freaked out about everyone in this general area. Is he doing this on purpose or is he actually stupid? I don't know. He's definitely a cult leader, so I'm not quite sure.
That these government powers place their bases right where the little spirals came out of the grid. They were trying to take control of the grid, because if you control consciousness, you control what we think and feel. Of course, there was another organization that had its hand in both of these governments, and still do, and we will discuss them soon enough. This grid is visible through astral projection as well. 13,000 years ago, it began. Thoth, Ra, and Aragat were to create a global complex that was able to build a synthetic Christ consciousness grid over a
That's like, oh no.
year time period. The first thing they did was to fly to a place which is now called the Giza Plateau, but back then it was known as the land of Chem. It was also a rainforest back then as well, not desert like it is today.
Okay.
First, they created a grid around the planet fourth dimensionally, and then began to construct it in the physical third dimension. They went to the male energetic axis of the Earth and constructed a complex which today is called the Solar Cross. These men were
fucking source?
And were living at a very high level of consciousness, so whatever they thought happened instantly. It was that simple. According to Thoth, he built the Great Pyramid, not the Egyptian king Cheops. Thoth says that it was built 200 years prior to the pole shift and built very quickly. These pyramids were aligned precisely with both Fibonacci and golden mean spirals emanating from out of the solar cross. Interestingly enough, Edgar Cayce also channeled that the pyramids were constructed in this time. The pyramids were also found to be built from the top down.
No, that's... No one would do that. That's a harder way of doing things.
Stones on top were placed first, which has baffled researchers ever since.
Because that's not real!
Every time more is learned about the pyramids, we move further into dark on understanding how they were formed.
No, it's slaves.
If what Thoth says is true, well, that explains everything.
It doesn't explain shit.
From there, Thoth and friends constructed an entire network of temples and structures along this grid fourth dimensionally, placing them on nodes on the new synthetic Christ consciousness grid they were creating. All of them were made with Fibonacci or golden mean spirals, and all of them were mathematically referred back to the solar cross in Egypt through the Great Pyramid. The creation of all of the sacred sites on the planet were no accident. It was a single consciousness that created them all, from Machu Picchu to
Yeah, we still haven't discovered what the
name it. There are a few
Christ
exceptions,
consciousness
but most
is.
were created by a single awareness as part of a unity consciousness grid. Although the Great Pyramid was done all at once, many of these ancient structures of the world were made fourth dimensionally and slowly dropped in frequency until they manifested on the third dimension.
Unironically, they didn't use slave labor. It's well documented they used skilled laborers. They paid in booze and food. I'm not kidding. Okay. Back when I learned about it, the common story was slaves. I do recall someone saying that they didn't use slaves. It was, yeah, they were just really dedicated. But regardless, it wasn't aliens. I think we can agree on that point. Or fourth dimensional beings or Christ consciousness shit. Christ consciousness is just, okay, yeah, if I Google Christ consciousness, will I figure this out? Christ consciousness. I can't spell today. I haven't slept well all week. Whatever, Christ consciousness. Okay. Okay, so this is just a thing. This is a thing that people believe.
Over a long period of time.
I'm using a private browser for this.
But he wasn't the first either. They showed how one sacred site is extrapolated from another to another to another. A hot topic of discussion right now are ley lines. These are simply geometric relations between sacred sites. Archaeologists are now finding these huge connections between major spiritual...
As far as I understand this like quick blurb here, Jesus just did the consciousness thing, right? It's not literally becoming Jesus. Is just having like the vibes of that. Genuinely, this guy would make more money as a sci-fi author than a cult leader, but maybe he sucks at narrative writing. Yeah, I've listened to him speak for about an hour now, maybe two. You know, I don't think that he's good at narratives.
Sites in the globe, and now we know why they're connected. These sites had to be built physically so that the Christ consciousness grid could manifest. In a way, think of the physical sites as the wiring of a giant wireless electrical system, and then it needs about 13,000 years of continuous energy flow for it to actually turn on. And just so that you're not left in suspense, yes, the grid was completed. It came to life and is now active, though not really used. Congratulations, Earth! We actually survived. Not only has Thoth told us this in person, but he's also written it down in the Emerald Tablets. These tablets were left in the Great Pyramid thousands of years ago. There are 12 tablets in total, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and corrosion. Their atomic structure is fixed in place, and no change can ever take place. In that respect, they violate the material laws of ionization.
This isn't real, though. It's just... Emerald slabs. What?
Thoth told us this in person, but he's also written it down in the Emerald Tablets.
Emerald tablets, not slabs. Tablets. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Okay. Uh-huh. What is the secret language of the Emerald? Is it Enochian? Uh-huh. Okay. Right.
These tablets were left in the Great Pyramid thousands of years ago. There are 12 tablets in total, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and corrosion. Their atomic structure is fixed in place, and no change can ever take place.
Source? Source. Fucking...
In that respect, they violate the material laws of ionization. These tablets share a great wisdom, and you can read them at over 100 different levels of consciousness, and you will always understand.
Well, there's 12 because of the Collabula and stuff.
Understand them differently. If you're interested in this stuff, you should definitely consider reading them. As you can probably tell, Thoth plays a pretty large role in what happened. Most of this information comes from him. Thoth also provided most of this information about the Flower of Life and its geometric relationship to consciousness with us. And this stuff is tied intimately to the geometry of the universe. Considering the quality and quantity of information that he has shared...
No. What?
It makes you really start considering that this next part can be true.
No, I mean, the quality is bad. There's a lot of it. I'll give you quantity. But, okay.
The Great Pyramid has a legendary missing capstone. According to the Emerald Tablets, deep under the Great Pyramid there's a room called the Hall of Records. This room was not built by Thoth and long predates the Atlantean civilization. Within the Hall of Records is the capstone of the pyramid, which is 5.5 inches high, solid gold, and completely holographic image of the Great Pyramid. It has all of the little rooms and everything. However, this leaves us with a 24 square foot piece of the Great Pyramid that's missing. If what Thoth says is true, that missing piece actually belongs to a very special airship that exists on Earth. And the way to the airship is through the Sphinx.
My god, that was a lot of bullshit all at once. What? Scavengers stole that capstone? I mean, if it was made out of gold, yeah, I'd fucking steal that shit. Climb a vaguely tall mountain sort of thing. Steal that. Bang, bang, boom. You got a bunch of gold. How could the cap predate the pyramid? You know, fucking... they knew it was gonna happen.
The Sphinx, according to Thoth, is not 12,000 years old, but dates back over 5.5 million years on Earth.
Okay, but according to anyone who's looked at the fucking thing, no.
Under the Sphinx, about 1 mile down, is a round room with a flat floor and flat ceiling. Inside this room is the oldest synthetic object on Earth. The object is about 2 city blocks in size. It's round like a disc and has a flat bottom and top. It is also only about 3 atoms thick, except for a pattern on the top and bottom which looks like this. This pattern is 5 atoms thick. Thoth says that it's...
What?
Powered by consciousness, thoughts, and feelings, and connects with your own living Merkaba, which means that it becomes an extension of you.
It's 3 atoms thick, but it's also 5 atoms thick? Is just the symbol 5 atoms thick?
And your own energy fields. The ship is also intimately connected with the spirit of the Earth, and is the protector for the whole planet. Thoth built the pyramid the way he did to fit with the ship. When on top of the Great Pyramid, it creates this image from above. The disc ship has a circumference equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid. As we discussed in Lesson 11, whenever that ratio appears, life occurs. This ship can only be used by the purest of souls. See, whenever we approach the point in the precession of the equinox where our poles do these shifts, we become very vulnerable. Things often degenerate, and while things become chaotic, there are often other species who wish to take us over. This has always happened, not just with us, but with all evolving consciousness. Every time a takeover seems imminent, a very pure person will find their way to the ship and raise it into the air. The Earth and Sun will connect with that person.
Is this Homestuck? What do we need? Yeah, what is the capstone for again? I thought...
person and give him or her great power. Then, whatever that person thinks
J. Mike Noted is getting a fuck ton of use today.
And feels will happen. And think about it. If consciousness is the primary core component of the entire planet, does it not make sense that it would have its own defense mechanism?
You didn't prove the first thing. You need to prove the first thing for me to assume the second thing.
This defense is an airship that plugs into the Earth and the Sun, allowing the Earth to have protection. Our takeover event actually already happened, the same year the Christ grid was activated. The year was 1989, and we were having some troubles with the Greys, a race of ETs who were slowly plotting takeover due to a previous scuffle we were having.
Yeah?
A very pure woman in Peru made the ascension process into the Christ consciousness grid and found the ship. She tuned it to the frequency of the fourth dimension, where she raised it through the Earth and into the air, and manifested a situation for the Greys to leave. Within a very short time, the Greys began getting sick, and remained sick for as long as they stayed here. They have been forced to leave for now, and we are once again safe. The ship is a warship in that whatever race is trying to take over, the person will just think them away, think up a situation, and force them to leave. Returning to the events on Atlantis, after completing the complex in Egypt, Thoth and pals returned to Atlantis, where they waited for about 200 years until that critical point on the precession of the equinox where the poles would shift. They knew that Atlantis would sink, and they would be ready.
Previously on Thoth and pals.
Thoth, the poles are shifting.
Oh, the pole shift?
Yeah, whoa, what's wrong with your eyes? I don't know.
When Thoth first saw signs
I mean, listen, if you want to believe some shit, you can believe some shit. But was that an Invader Zim joke? I don't know. I think. I mean, this was made in 2012. That would have been good then.
of the polar shift, they returned to the land of Chem and raised the warship into the sky. They went to Atlantis and picked up the Nakals. The Nakals weren't just passengers though, and each and every being was working in unity to create a very powerful Merkaba around themselves and the ship. They returned to the Great Pyramid and landed the ship on top, forming the phi ratio with the pyramid. And then, it happened. The poles began to shift, and human consciousness began to plummet. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic
What does that mean?
of the Earth collapsed, and all life on the planet went into the Great Void, the 3.5 days of absolute blackness described by many ancient cultures in the world. The Emerald Tablets say that whenever we go through a polar shift, we go through a void space as we change our frequencies for about 3.5 days. This is also in the Troano document, depicted by 3.5 stones painted black. This refers to a time when we go through what science calls the electromagnetic null zone. During the pole shift, a phenomenon takes place where everything just seems to disappear for a certain time.
No?
Usually it's between 2 to 4 days, and the last time it was 3.5 days. Here's where it gets interesting. What happens to us does not usually happen to a normal species, because most advanced species will have their Merkabas handy at the time of the shift. We didn't, due to our little crisis, and we got sucked into the void space without protection. This resulted in us losing our memories. Science realizes that all of our memories are connected through cells in our brains as well as fields around our heads. What is—
No, the first thing. The first thing, not the second thing. Fucking, okay. I'm gonna go get some water and shit. Give me like a minute and a half. I'll be right back. Go get yourself some water. Like, get up, stretch your legs. Like, if you stare at this shit for too long, you start to believe it. It's not good for your brain. Like, get up, get a sippy. I'll see you in a second. Well, a minute 30. BRB. What the fuck? All right, I'm back. Oh yeah. We're back. There's probably a few podcasts about that nonsense. Yeah, I would like to understand I wonder if this guy is a cult member or cult leader. Cult leader, 100%. Like, it's not even a particularly great story. I'm going to be honest. Are comments enabled? Yes. On this video, they are. Man, let me tell you, when I scrolled past and I saw this shit, I was so fucking scared. I was so goddamn scared of what this bit was going to be. I was like, oh no. This continues to be one of the best pieces of comedy writing I've seen. 10 years after I first saw it, I still randomly come back for a random laugh. Telepathic monkeys. I didn't think 999 would make a resurgence.
Not understood by science yet, at least not directly, is the connection our memories have with the planet itself. We've discussed this before. The magnetics of the Earth affect how we think and act. The Merkaba is an electromagnetic field that you create around your body that can serve as protection from void as you're consciously going through it. What happened to us when we didn't have that protection? It was a clean wipe. When we existed on Atlantis, we were living at a very high level of consciousness in a higher dimension. We had extremely advanced and sophisticated bodies and minds, and were capable of practically anything.
I really want him to define terms. Like, that's just a thing you do when you're talking about things that are real. Like, consciousness. No, we stopped being we were 12-year-old girls, first off, official pig wrestler. But that stopped because Atlantis, and then the moon, that's going around, and then Thoth made the thing, and then we went through the void for 4 or 3 days or whatever. And then, and Mars. He assumes we understand things.
Living in a dimension where molecules were spaced so far apart that consciousness could interact with them without physically moving. It's hard to explain because you can literally shape your environment immediately through your consciousness in these higher frequencies. In that sense, we were creators, knowing and understanding oneness, beings of love. But then we fell. We dropped back down to this place called the third dimension. We also fell in consciousness back to zero. We forgot how to use the pineal gland, and it slowly shrunk to the size it is now.
Pineal gland, yeah, it's a vertical eyeball. Nope.
Like a raisin, where it's supposed to be eyeball size. When this
He's literally retelling shit from the Cult of the Ascended Masters. Cult of the Ascended Masses. I spelled that so wrong. Oh, Heaven's Gate. Oh, no. Oh. Oh. Ascend to heaven, referred to as the next level, the evolutionary level above human. Oh no. Belief system. Let me see if I can, like, scrape through this real fast. I mean, this line, scholars disagree whether the theology of Heaven's Gate was fundamentally New Age or Christian in nature. Benjamin Zeller has argued that the theology of Heaven's Gate was primarily rooted in evangelicism, but with New Age elements, such as hermeneutic interpretations of the Bible through the lens of an extraterrestrial contact. Ascended Masters. Not Heaven's Gate. Is it just, did that pull up because I put cult in? Okay. There is no religion higher than truth. Okay. Fortunately, not the same thing as Heaven's Gate. I haven't looked into the beliefs of Heaven's Gate to know. Uh-oh. Oh, refers to their aura color, not... It's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a lot of like, oh no. Thoth? Atlantis. Yeah, this does kind of sound like this, doesn't it? I am making Windows noises because...
Happened. We forgot how to breathe source energy into our bodies, and our lifespans went kaput. Eventually, we went from 900 years to what it is today. We had not experienced this dense reality that we had before, at least for a very long time. We were kind of like a supercomputer that gets completely...
I feel like we're playing chicken with, like... Yeah, some really fucked up beliefs. And I don't know where that's gonna come in. Like, they keep... It's that, like, not... Made you flinch. They're doing that, but, like, being racist or sexist or anti-Semitic for some reason.
No operating system or anything. We had these advanced physical bodies, but we didn't know how to use them. This is why today we are so physically advanced compared to pretty much all the other animals in this third dimension.
What?
For a time, the survivors of the Atlantean Fall, and there were a few, were literally hairy barbarians. We even had to rediscover fire. The reason we're having such a hard time finding evidence of Atlantis is because for the most part, the events of Atlantis...
We actually have a really shit design. Is that even true? No, First off, what does that even mean? Like, what do you mean more advanced? Like, we're pretty bad at things aside from we stand on 2 feet, which means we have, you know, hands to manipulate things, you know? Like, our eyesight is worse than other creatures. You know, rainbow mantis shrimp can see in colors that we can't even see. We don't even have names for. We breathe and swallow through the same pathway. We have our, like, body organs. Like, all of the important shit is not covered by our rib cage because we used to be, like, you know, on our all fours or at least crouching. But we never, like, evolved to get that shit straightened out. So we still, like, you could still get gutted pretty easy because we don't have protection there. You look at, like, most other species, they don't do that because that's really bad. That's a bad fucking design. You know? But it does allow us to climb trees. It does allow us to manipulate things in the world, allowing us to, like, pick up, move things. And we can communicate. We're pretty good at communication. So we can do all that shit without having to, like, I don't know. So that's, like, what we've got, you know?
Took place on a much higher dimension than our physical Earth exists on right now. Everything I've drawn of Atlantis can't be taken as that's what it looked like, because it didn't. This landmass did physically exist, but the Atlanteans were not inhabiting that dimension of its existence.
Sure.
If the warship hadn't been protected by the Merkaba, the Nicals would have lost their memories.
Yeah, C-sections. Why do we even need to do that?
The Earth came out of the void and began their work once more. Thoth and 1/3 of the Nicals went to the Island of the Sun in Bolivia. Aragot and 1/3 went to Tibet, and Ra and the remaining third went to Egypt, where they waited. Now, we're going to begin bridging the gaps between this story and our current history. In between the fall of Atlantis and the dawn of our first civilizations, who were the Egyptians and the Sumerians, there was a 6,500-year gap between them. What was happening to us in that time? We have to look at this precession chart again. This is where we fell in consciousness, point C, and this was our falling asleep phase too. Thoth, Ra, and the Ascended Masters were waiting until point
This
C.
is, yeah, the Ascended Masters. Right. They even name-dropped it.
To just evolve themselves over a 6,500-year time period until they were advanced enough to actually receive this new information that they were going to provide. Sometime in here was when the flood of Noah occurred. Because of the pole shift, the Earth went through an ice age. This is scientific fact. When the ice melted, it would have caused massive flooding. DNA is the physical manifestation of who you are. It is your soul's physical aspect. What we are seeing in DNA is changes in the codons. There's 64 possible codons in DNA, and humans only have about 22 or so. What we're finding is that there are 6 more codons being activated within these children, and they are choosing 2 of the 6.
Oh no.
These kids are what we call indigo and crystal children. And
oh no, I knew we were going indigo children. Oh man. Here we go.
Now, this is a chromosome. Basically, what this is lots and lots of DNA wrapped into this weird...
The what? It's there's a belief that there's going to be like a better version of humanity that is coming to life now. And is this going to eugenics? Sort of? Some kind of indigo prophecy. I believe that it was called indigo prophecy because it talks about indigo children. Like the idea that there's going to be like super cool good guys who are going to be like the next form of humanity. And they're going to be the indigo children. I forget why they're indigo. I think it has something to do with like chakras. Gen Alpha. No, actually, that apparently started a few years ago. I remember hearing about a guy. It was a family, and one of their kids was found to be an indigo child, and the other one wasn't. And the parents believed that shit, and so they treated one kid way better than the other one. Indigo children were invented by moms who couldn't cope with their autistic children, so they pretended they were special. Oof. Indigo refers to the color of their auras. Thank you.
This is located in every cell and is part of your body of consciousness. What Thoth tells us is that every level of consciousness seen here not only has its own consciousness grid, but its chromosome change as well. The second level, where we are now, has 44 and 2 chromosomes. To any scientist, this is basic biology. The first level, however, has 42 and 2, and this third level has 46 and 2. The fourth and fifth have 4.
Is that why the... Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, apparently it does reference that. Like, I heard 46 and 2, and I was like, hold up. That's a song. It's kind of a banger one.
48 and 2 and 50 and 2, respectively. The primary physically visible difference between these DNA in all life...
I remember my mom actually had a book on indigo children when she was doing research on Asperger's. Luckily, she didn't get hooked on that shit. Oh my god, that's so bad.
Is height. The first level has an average height of 4 to 6 feet tall. The second level, us, has an average height of 5 to 7 feet. Third are about 10 to 16 feet, which we are about to translate to. Fourth is 30 to 35 feet, and the last is 50 to 60. You may remember a being named Metatron, the Hebrew archangel who is the perfection of what humanity is to become.
What?
He was 55 feet tall, that guy. The last 2 heights are far in the distant future for us, though. This is a place in Egypt today called Abu Simbel. The first thing you notice is that these statues are huge, but with the information about the DNA, this paints a different picture.
Yeah, maybe they just thought that it was fucking cool to make big dudes.
These beings would be in the 60-foot range if they were to stand. They were at the 5th level of consciousness. These beings on a different wall are 35 feet tall, 4th level of consciousness. Here are some 3rd levels as well. Archaeologists saw this and thought that it meant that the man was just much more important than the woman, when in actuality, the kings of Egypt had 5 different names, one for every level of consciousness. Some of the kings were even able to translate into different dimensions, and that's how they guided the population with the power of the gods. In Egypt, according to today's top archaeologists and researchers, the Egyptians and Sumerians...
Yeah, maybe just being big is cool.
both began their civilization.
Yeah, why would you build a statue that you have to like walk all the way up to, as opposed to a statue you can see from really far away? Isn't there like a really cool Buddhism statue? Really big Buddha statue. Yeah, this guy. He's fucking massive. Look at how fucking rad that is. You can see it from fucking miles. Like, that's cool as shit. Like, 100%. Like, if you want to make something look cool, you make it huge. How tall, what level of consciousness is this Buddha on? What about the Christ doing this, the T-posing Christ? As a Buddhist, I can confirm that giant Buddhas are rad as fuck. I'm not even Buddhist, and I confirm that. Giant statues of people are cool as fuck.
Right around the same time.
Christ the Redeemer, that
within
one.
A few hundred years or so. Both of these civilizations emerged out of nowhere with perfect writing abilities that were not improved upon since.
No.
When they first emerged, they were extremely sophisticated and clear, and slowly degenerated over generations. No archaeologist can explain how this happened or explain how it could have happened. They placed Egypt and Sumer into a special classification called stair-step evolution. What happened was, one day, Egypt got its language, full and complete. Then the knowledge leveled off. And then it got another massive leap a little while later. Then suddenly, they knew everything about water and moat systems just perfect. Then, a little time later, bam, they're masters of hydraulics.
How did they do this? They... What? How... Have you tried learning things? Have you tried learning from other people?
How did Egypt and Sumer do this? Well, this is what Thoth said.
Of
When
course.
we were evolving on our own for 6,500 years, Ra and the Ascended Masters were waiting in an underground city beneath the Great...
Oh my god, there's so much shit under there. Holy fuck. I thought we were going to be fine with just the Hall of Records, but now we get the airship in this secret underground city. How many... Is there anything below that? How far down does it fucking go?
Pyramid. We'll come back to this in a bit.
No, we
Thoth's
won't.
son Tat formed a group called the Tat Brotherhood, which is a secret group that still exists today as protectors and keepers of the sacred temples. Today, they're still connected to the Ascended Masters. So about 6,000 years ago, some members of the Tat Brotherhood would wait until they would meet someone who could understand what they were going to teach them. When they found someone, they would just tune their frequencies to the third dimension and walk up and tell them information flat out. They said, hey, if you do this and this happens. The Egyptians would say, wow, look at that. Then they would go underground, wait another little while, and repeat the process. Over a short period of time...
Or maybe just, like, people figured shit out over time. Because, like, you figure out writing first before you probably figure out how to do, like, moats. And then, yeah, once you figure out moats, you probably spend, like, yeah, I could believe that you take about 100 years to figure out moat to hydraulics. Why not?
The Egyptian and Sumerian evolution shot up in stair steps. As for the Sumerians, they also received a more detailed story by those who were assisting them. They described to the Sumerians in all of the details they remembered. They said, this is the history of the planet, write it down. The Sumerians knew about the precession of the equinox because they were told it by the Nacals from Atlantis. After this stair-step period...
What do they mean by masters of hydraulics? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, maybe like people like had conversations. Like other cultures were like, hey, I figured out water real good. Oh, really? We figured out this other thing with water. Oh, that's neat. That works with our thing that involves water. We should combine our knowledge, you know, like humans do. The thing that we do that's literally like the one thing that we do better than other, like, creatures is communication.
To fall asleep further.
Yeah, anyone who knows anything about history, which is not me, who knows more about, like, ancient Egypt history, is probably reverse nutting so goddamn hard right now.
Things got worse once more. It was our falling sleep stage of precession, and although the Nacals had given us a boost, we were consciously dozing off. On that note, it's time for the story about the city under the pyramid. Keep an open mind about this, because there is very little proof for what I'm about to say.
There's no proof of it because it's fucking insane. What are you talking about?
For 40 years, Drunvalo Melchizedek has been studying human consciousness through sacred geometry and spiritual teachers and masters all over the world. In 1996, he was contacted by a source in Egypt who said that something incredible had been discovered. A stone stele came out of the ground between the paws of the Sphinx into the daylight. They removed it and dug into the earth beneath the Sphinx. There they found a room with 3 tunnels leading off of it. One of the tunnels, which went to the Great Pyramid, had another tunnel coming off it, and it was shielded by a wall of light. Bullets could not pass through this field, and people could not even get close to it without...
Why'd you try to shoot it? What?
Without feeling like they're going to die. The Egyptian government found a particular person who could turn off this field. They also had brought in Paramount Studios to film it, as they had filmed the opening of King Tut's tomb. They had a good relationship with Egypt. The government wanted several $1 million from Paramount, but at the last minute they asked for an extra $1.5 million under the table.
What?
Paramount was outraged and they backed off. Things were silent for about 3 months. Then, Drunvalo heard from a source again who was involved in all this, who said that 3 men shut off the light field and went inside. They found themselves inside a very large building that went on for...
What? Yeah, how do you, like, yeah, that's a great point. How do you find someone who can get rid of the Dark Souls fog wall under the pyramids or whatever?
Miles underground, which was really the edge of a giant underground city, which was really just one giant building. Then, a little while later, an Egyptian archaeologist named Larry Hunter began describing the same thing, but more detailed. He said that the city was 6.5 by 8 miles wide and 12 stories deep, and the city was outlined by specific temples in Egypt. The 3 pyramids are lined up with...
Can I see it? This giant city that you can just, like, go to by going under the
Orion's belt. But there are also small temples for every other star in the constellation. Those temples map out the city underground and are made out of a special stone not found anywhere else in Egypt called Koinen stone. Incredibly enough, very recently, ancient tunnels were found in Romania that led to both Egypt and the inner earth.
What?
Now, I don't have time to go into detail about this particular story, but if you want, check out the book Transylvanian Sunrise by Radu Sinamar.
That is the most new age book that I've ever looked at.
To be clear, this is a theory that has not been accepted by the Egyptian government, but the underground city that Thoth said was there is, according to Mr. Hunter, marked by temples made of a unique substance, and the temples match the star pattern of the constellation of Orion. 4,000...
Can I see it? Can I fucking see the underground city? It's like, surely we could just go there, right? Like, go take a picture of that. That seems like a thing that you could just figure out. Right? Like, I mean, if this is all true, all we got to do is just go under the Sphinx. And the door is already there. No one... He didn't say anything about them shutting the door afterwards. They even shut down the light wall, so we don't even have to worry about that. We could just be like regular fuckers and walk in there. We don't even need to have, like, higher consciousness or whatever the fuck. We can just go there. NASA suppressing it? Right, the corporation NASA. I forgot. I'm not saying, like, we have to do that. I'm just saying, surely someone's taking a picture of this giant city, right? Like, why didn't you show us pictures of that in your video where you're showing us all these other pictures of, like, Egypt? Like, can I see it? Paramount wasn't paid enough. Yeah, but they couldn't just, like, get a guy with a fucking shit-ass camera? Be like, what's up, boys? It's me. Coming at you again. Remember, like, comment, subscribe. We're going to go in here and we're going to check out the ancient city made by Thoth. All right, let's go, boys.
Years after the stair-step evolution, we were at our lowest stage of our evolution. We were hitting bottom on the awareness road. Suddenly, out of the darkness, 3 men came to Earth to give us a little nudge. Everything in ancient Egypt was synthetic. They had this entire civilization based around achieving heightened states of
This video took so long, he bought a new mic.
Consciousness, but they had to do it through tools. Now, we're not going to look at each of these tools individually, but let me give you a brief overview here. This tool was used for transferring vibrations into the body. Along with that were the hook and flail. This little device was a kind of generator to increase vibrations, though there's not too much information
That's a dildo.
available on it. This thing, however, was their most important.
Yeah, it's the classic conspiracy thing. Like, if you have 3 people, one person will leak it. Surely, if it's real, like, someone could just see it, man. Like, What?
Tool, the Ankh. They saw the Ankh as the secret to eternal life, and they used it not as a physical tool, but as an energetic one. They would use this form and Ankh their sexual energy. Now, this could be a huge topic on its own, like how energy travels up and down the body through a vertical tube between 5 energy channels that counter-rotate as they extend through the body. But basically, sexual energy is an incredibly powerful energy.
Oh
We
no.
definitely abuse it today, but what the Egyptians knew was that when you had an orgasm, a very large amount of energy burst.
I think the thing with the 3 dudes was some video that got debunked that had some CGI done with it. I see.
It's from your root chakra all the way up your spine to the top of your head, and then it gets released. What the Egyptians would do was when the spiral of energy hit their heart chakra, they would Ankh the energy out of the back of their body and over their head and back into their body, where they would keep the energy and retain a massive energy boost. In other words, if you take a tuning fork and hit it, it will reverberate for a certain amount of time. Then, if you attach an Ankh on top of it and hit it again, it will reverberate at least 3 times longer. The Egyptians were doing this with their bodies.
So... No? No. I looked away for 30 seconds. What does he mean? I don't know. I was looking the whole time. Like, you could... That's not, in other words, that's just a different thing that you were talking about. I thought he was going to be like, oh, you know, the vibrations of the tuning fork are like the vibrations of the Ankh. But no, he's saying that you could power up a tuning fork with an Ankh, and there you go. You got like a thing where you can contain your nut.
Moving on, when Atlantis was first formed, the Nacals set up something called a mystery school. This is a special type of school where you learn about consciousness, and you learn different aspects of expanding your own consciousness, and eventually getting to a place where you become immortal. It usually took a very long time to achieve this state, and that's why there were only about 1,000 Nacals in comparison to the millions of Lemurians at the start of Atlantis. The first Atlantean to reach the immortal state was a man named Osiris. Ancient Egypt's mythology tells a story about Osiris, a man who was killed and cut up into pieces by his brother in an act of rage, and then the pieces were scattered.
Right.
This event, perhaps less exaggerated than the myths, actually did happen, and it took place on Atlantis. Osiris's wife and sister retrieved the pieces, and upon returning the final piece, they restored the creative energy flow and brought his spirit back into the body. Through doing this...
Jesus Christ, my dad watches this? Oh no. I'm so sorry for you. Your life must be hell. Like, yeah, someone on YouTube just pointed out, who was that? I want to give you credit. Daniel said, keeping your nut is just called a cock ring. Is that how it's supposed to work? Am I just supposed to, like, zip tie my dick with an Ankh, and then I can't, and then the cum stays in? And that's good?
Osiris became immortal, and he was the first immortal of Atlantis. This story is told throughout ancient Egypt on many temple walls, and I'm going to show you why.
Because it's a belief that they had? Okay?
Osiris went through the 3 stages of consciousness. The first one was whole, the second was separated from itself, included physically, and the third was whole again. The Nacals used Osiris's understanding of how he became immortal as a template for how others could do it as well, only through consciousness, without needing to be cut up, of course. This eventually became what we would call the religion of Atlantis, but it was more of a deeper understanding that they were...
I get my spiritual education from Healthy Gamer GG like a sane person. Oh no, that's a different can of worms.
Following. This template was also used in Egypt, which we will look at now.
That guy's a whole another thing.
Through this stair-step evolution, we began to change from the first level of consciousness into the second. Before the fall, we had incredible memories. It wasn't this vague recollection that we have now, but today we might see it as full-tilt 3D holographic memory. After the fall, we still had a photographic memory.
He's okay, but he says some stuff that's not generally accepted by psychology. And he definitely puts his own opinions in. I've seen some of his stuff.
And could share these experiences with each other, which is called dream time. It is what the Aborigines of Australia still have today. Through the introduction of writing, however, we began to change from the first level we have now, but today we might see it as full-tilt 3D holographic memory. After the fall, we still had a photographic memory, and could share these experiences with each other, which is called dream time. It is what the Aborigines of Australia still have today.
What?
Through the introduction of writing, however...
No, they don't. Fuck, that's not what Dreamtime is. Okay.
We began to change from the first level of consciousness into the second. We lost our incredible memories and became very separate from each other and ourselves. Thoth was the one who introduced writing, and if you look at ancient Egyptian culture, it even says, Thoth brought writing to us, as well as many other things.
Okay, yeah, that's your source. That's called a source. That's not proof. That's a source on a thing that you believe. That doesn't mean that it's proof. That's just where you got that information. This guy says a new insane thing every 30 seconds, yeah.
Over time, things began to change, and a very serious problem developed, which if it hadn't been solved, it would have caused a major catastrophe in our own near future. Basically, in Egypt, the Ascended Masters had used Osiris's genetic coding of changing chromosomes to show others the path of ascension. They developed a system of 42 and 2 gods, with a lowercase g. They were actually called Neters. Most will recognize this one. His name was Anubis. There were 42 and 2 Neters who were representative of human chromosomes. Each one of them showed a specific pathway of life or human experience, and people would follow...
Yeah, changing chromosomes so you can have more of them. Because when you get more chromosomes, you get more big. That's... That's how it works. We're on the second level or whatever, and we need, like, more levels so we can get more chromosomes, so we can get big, so we can be 50 feet tall, like statues be. You know, this all makes sense, obviously.
These understandings to learn more about their life or their own reality. The problem developed when...
Collecting chromosomes like stars in Super Mario 64.
And the meanings of these Neters were lost. Over time, the drawings of these Neters changed, and the meanings changed with them. People had no idea what they meant. Then, it got worse, when the Egyptian king Menes merged Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt into a unified country. Menes also merged the belief systems, so now you had 88 gods that people were fighting over to decide who...
Oh, maybe that guy, the creepy dragon guy, this guy, maybe he doesn't think that 88 is the Hail Hitler thing. Maybe it's 88 as in whatever the fuck this shit is.
Who is really God? This was an issue, because now they had people not knowing what to believe. Completely lost, separated from their understanding of
Why is it so blurry?
And God. Things became separated further. People fought over which gods were really gods. Today, we look back and say, wow, they thought there were so many gods, when really, this wasn't the case at all. Even with the help from the Tat Brotherhood, we just couldn't get it right. There was one short period of Egyptian...
See, we learned something. Did we?
Culture that most historians don't...
Well, no, it's 46 and 2 in that one song because that's the next level of higher consciousness or whatever, but the next one happens after that.
Understand. As it's written in ancient texts and hieroglyphs, for 17 and a half years there was a bizarre new ruler that completely changed how Egypt was run, and his name was Akhenaten. Before him, there were only kings. Akhenaten was the first pharaoh, which meant that which you will become. He was also, believe it or not, 15 to 16 feet tall.
I don't believe
That's
it.
how he was always depicted, and had an elongated skull. Both of these aspects are related to Christ consciousness. Akhenaten abolished all previous understandings of God and tried to instill a one-God understanding in everyone. After 17 years, the majority of Egyptians revolted and Akhenaten was killed, soon to be replaced by someone else, returning to the old system. What actually happened? To correct the problem, Thoth got the help from Ai and Tia, who were the first immortals from Lemuria, and got them to mate interdimensionally to conceive a Christ consciousness being. Thoth said that he worked with the previous kings of Egypt to help achieve this, and Egyptologists find that Akhenaten came completely out of nowhere. It took some time, and there was a transitional period involving Amenhotep III, but soon Akhenaten was on the throne. Akhenaten used his time to bring Egypt back to a simple religion where there was one God, one reality. He used imagery of a sun disk to represent this.
Oh, we're doing sun disk, okay.
Didn't like that because the religious beliefs were centered on the priests. Then he comes along and says, you don't need priests, God is within you, and you can access God from within your own selves. Well, they didn't like that. He also pulled the military back and said, don't attack unless someone else attacks first. The military didn't like him either. Plus, the people generally didn't like him, because they enjoyed worshipping their many gods. Eventually, they disposed of him. After all that, what did Akhenaten do that evidently saved humankind? Well, he developed a mystery school, with the intention of showing a small group of humans a way to ascend into the immortal state. Usually, it took hundreds of years to reach the level of immortality, and Akhenaten had 17 years to produce results.
Yeah, why didn't he level... Wait, how did he die? I thought he was too tall for that.
This was a very close call, but he did it. He actually showed 300 individuals the path to immortality in this short
Why didn't he do that?
time. So after the general population disposed of Akhenaten, these 300 immortals would go beyond Egypt.
Are these the Hebrews of the Bible?
Thoth wrote in the Emerald Tablets that after ancient Egypt ended, he brought a man named Pythagoras into the Great Pyramid and taught him the geometry of the universe.
Motherfucker.
That man then went on to found Greece, which was originally built upon schools for teaching geometry and the Platonic solids and all of that stuff. Thoth lived a lifetime here as well, where he was known as Hermes Trismegistus. Akhenaten's immortals became a group called the Essene Brotherhood. They first migrated to a place called Masada in Israel. Even today, Masada is known as the capital of the Essene Brotherhood. Now get this. In this brotherhood, there were two people in particular, a man and a woman. You might have heard of them. Mary and Joseph? See, it was part of the Ascended Master's plan that they would bring in a being who would show the pathway to Christ consciousness. He would come...
Oh, no. Sometimes I listen to like really in-depth like theory stuff, or like, you know, just like I'm trying to learn about like, I don't know, something I don't know. And it's like I've stumbled upon a video that's beyond my ability to understand. I feel like that, but also like I'm listening to someone just read instructions off the back of a soda can. Like I don't...
to Earth as a second-level being, a regular Joe, and achieve Christ consciousness through the course of his life.
Like, I don't feel like I'm allowed to learn anything that's being put out here because none of it is real. None of it makes sense. In these 7 minutes, do you think we can get back to all the stuff I needed to probably write down all this shit?
Process, the transitional experience from the second to third level...
I mean, he says a lot of things, then just goes, my source is Thoth, trust me, bro. And I got the Thoth thing from this other guy, and he said it was real, and I believe that because reasons. Is there a picture of the Emerald Tablets? Is there a picture of any of this? Like, how is that possible that there is not a picture of any of these things if it's real? Like, there's third dimensional representations of half this shit. So, like, surely we could find that, you know?
would go into the consciousness grid that was still being formed. He was able to transition because he was originally from these higher levels. That man is known today as Jesus, although his name at that time was Yahshua ben Hur. If Yahshua had not shown up, we would not have had that ascension experience available to us today. None of us would be aware that these higher levels of understanding even existed, and we would destroy ourselves. According to what Thoth said, Mary and Joseph mated interdimensionally. Mary could have been a virgin, physically, but she mated with Joseph in a way that would allow a soul from a higher reality to come down to earth and have a human experience. Usually, this is impossible to do otherwise. Through Yahshua's work, he came here just like us, a total human being, but he went through—
What are you guys not understanding? They had sex in the fourth dimension. That's how she was a virgin. They had mind sex. Fuck, I want whatever drug this guy's on, because holy shit, life sounds so easy. I mean, it sounds really complex, this. No excerpt, but I'm pretty sure the Christian church would see this as blasphemy. Yeah, probably so.
Through these three important stages: final death, resurrection, and ascension, and gave us these experiences so that we—
Yeah, it's almost like dying and coming back is like really fucking rad. You know, if someone did that nowadays, let's say I died, like, and then I came back, like, everyone would freak the fuck out. Like, if I was dead, clinically dead for like 3 days and came back, everyone would be like, that is some wild ass shit. How the fuck are you okay? You know? Like, people would freak out. And that's why they keep talking about it, because death is so final. that it's just you don't come back from death. That's like a thing that like every culture has figured out. So it's like, how do you know someone's like really got their shit together? How do you know that someone really can like do the wizard shit? Well, they don't die normal. They come back. Like, why wouldn't you say that? Why wouldn't you go, that's a thing that our cool guy can do? He can walk on water. He can come back from the dead. Yeah, he's a fucking wizard, man.
Access them down the road. Now, as we all know, the story of Jesus has a missing piece. He was a child, disappeared for some time, and then showed up again when he was 30. In a book called The 18 Absent Years of Jesus Christ, the leading theories about where he went was actually out east to either the Himalayan or Tibetan mountains, where he
This is Apocrypha. This is... Okay, so this is Apocrypha, and it's from the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is not considered Christian canon, but there is a bit of, like, you know... The leading... There is no leading theory. This is just... It's not missing. They just took it out of the Bible in the Council of Nicaea. They decided which books would be in the canonized version of the Bible and which ones wouldn't be. And so, like, they didn't include the bit where he was a child, the young Jesus time. No, you store the Ankh-Cum energy in your fifth dimension cock pocket until you're ready to resurrect. There you go.
became an enlightened guru. He brought his teachings back to the world after that. If you remember from part 1, the Kundalini of the planet was residing in Tibet at that time. They were very spiritually adept people living there, and remain so today. Now, on the topic of Christ, there's something else I'd like to bring up. The Lord's Prayer. Today, we know this as the only prayer that Jesus taught. But did you know it's actually a geometric prayer meditation? A man...
I didn't know that because those aren't real words.
A man named Bodhi McCoy spent over 20 years working with this prayer and analyzing it with sacred geometry, and has discovered some incredible synchronicities. In his book, Live the Promise, he explains how the original prayer, not the extended version mind you, has 7 segments or thoughts, which align perfectly with the 7 chakras as well as the 7 original branches of yoga. Bodhi teaches how to do this prayer meditation, as well as meditations him and his wife have developed based on the Lord's Prayer, called heart dances. It's really quite incredible to see how it all works with the pure geometries of the universe. If you wish to learn more, check out livethepromise.net. If you study Christian religion and Egyptian religion, you'll actually find that they parallel in almost every way.
Yeah, because Christianity liked to steal shit from other religions. That's just kind of a thing about Christianity. Oh, yeah, you guys have a holiday that's right around, like, wintertime? That's wild, because we do too. Actually, we do, and it involves a lot of the same shit that you guys do. It's just when our Savior was born. It's a good thing. You guys should do that. Like, and Christianity kind of just yoinked a bunch of shit from older religions. Romans did it too.
Except for the Egyptians' understanding of God. Most evidence shows that Christian religion came out of Egyptian religion, and then later they went back and discredited the Egyptians.
Yeah. Sort of.
Around 300 AD, there was a council called the Council of Nicaea,
okay,
which was the syndication between the Roman political and religious authorities. Basically, the religious leaders and political
So you are going to cover this then?
And impose more influence on the people and control society through their unity. It's right around this time that we begin to see the manifestation of the New Testament, which was put together from scriptures and stories, some newer and some much older, which were renewed and superimposed on the life of Yahshua ben-Hur, which today we know as Jesus of Nazareth. The term Christ actually stems back from much before the Bible. It comes from the word Christala, which is a word that derives from the original 7 core audible sounds of creation. When the creation of the universe occurred, the original tones were ka, ra, ya, sa, ta, ha, la.
It's Nicaea, not Nicaea.
Into 2 words,
right?
Christ,
I think I mispronounced it earlier.
And Hla, which became Allah, which were broken down and changed through oral tradition.
What?
The symbol for Atlantis was 3 rings inside of the other.
No, we're just dropping that? Doesn't that disprove the other thing? But, like, the bit about, like, the Council of Nicaea is where they just... Nicaea, or whatever. Like, didn't... I've always heard it as Nicaea, I think. Man, my brain is melting. I can't handle this shit, y'all. I don't know what the fuck I'm listening to. Yeah, I'm not becoming enlightened. I'm becoming the opposite. You're right. We're almost done. Right. So, like, what the fuck? Why did you put these two sections right next to each other? The one bit disproves the previous bit. This bit right here, the timeline of Jesus Christ. What happened in the bit in between him being a baby and him being a 30-year-old adult? That was not considered canon. They didn't add it because they didn't.
Were the Nacals, the middle ring were called Maya, and the outer ring were the Atlanteans. The Maya's job was communicating the messages from the inner circle out to the regular people of Atlantis. When Atlantis sank, the Maya took their knowledge, a crystal skull with memories of Atlantis, and their calendar, to what today is called the Yucatan Peninsula, birthplace of the Mayan civilization. Their calendar is the most advanced, detailed calendar on the planet.
You're fine, you're
and
fine.
It has its roots in Atlantis. Over the last few hundred years, a group of people have slowly monopolized the entire world into what it is now. Today, there are 13 families that are among the richest families in the world. They have their hands in next to every organization and government and control over 95% of the money. They control our modern world from the very tippy top. Today, we like to call them the Illuminati, except that's not really who they are. The word Illuminati means enlightened ones, which was established long ago as a secret society that was focused around expanding...
Are we doing the Rothschilds? Yeah.
...understandings. Secret societies were not originally bad, but rather consisted of those who just kind of got it. They understood information that the average person at that time would not accept and demonize. These societies had to be kept a secret because of the control that the church had and refuted against what they wanted to explore. This is where Freemasonry originally comes from. If you do the research on the time periods, what probably happened was that the church, who had the majority of the control at the time, probably infiltrated some of these organizations to make sure that they were not creating plans to expose information and destroy the world order that they had created. This led to the church exposing some of the societies as devil worship and blasphemous, and fear of these groups rose. Over time, many secret societies branched off by those who were corrupt or previously infiltrated by the church, and gained more control through the church and large organizations that were being established. Today, there exist 13 families around the world who pretty much own the world, with over 95% of the money.
You've said that twice.
Greed, power, and control. More and more information has become present lately that many of these families may have DNA that is different than the rest of the human population.
Oh
It is
no.
speculated that they share DNA that was passed down from the Martian race or other species races. They contain no love or emotion and are completely power-driven.
Okay,
This
they're
leads
not.
us to the
Thank God they're not the Jews. They're just the Martians.
end of the human history story for spirit science. But of course, it's not really the end. For one, we've only really scratched the surface of discussing many of these topics. Secret societies, for example, would take another 2 or 3 lessons to really get into. Plus, the human history story won't end because we're still living it, and what happens next is ultimately up to you. This story, while seemingly unbelievable and
Because it's fucking bullshit. It doesn't explain a goddamn thing.
at times outrageous, does explain a lot. Think about it. We've covered the Bermuda Triangle.
No, the red ones weren't the space Jews. The space Jews were cool, apparently. Yeah, the space Jews, they tried to take, they had to retake the class on how to be spiritually whatever the fuck. The Martians just fucked it up. Because they were male energy and like 80 years old or whatever. Whatever happened to them, they ever came up again? He kind of like briefly mentioned that, you know, maybe Moses was like a time traveler or some shit.
On Mars, Jesus, what the Egyptians were doing, the rise of Greece, pretty much most modern religions, the reason we popped up out of nowhere 6,500 years ago, the stair-step evolution of those cultures, and the story of Atlantis, which has been elusive to us at the best of times.
Because it's not real.
Pyramids and their
No.
connection to all of the sacred sites on the planet.
No.
The Sumerian tablets.
No.
The Emerald tablets. Lucifer. And as for the Hebrews, if you read their Talmud, it actually seems to suggest that they're not from here. I'm not going to tell you to believe it, but it definitely puts some perspective on many questions and aspects about the world which we generally just don't have conclusive answers to. Take it with a grain of salt, though. After all...
Dude, I'm doing a fucking line of salt off your ass on this one. What are you fucking talking about?
It is just a theory.
I was really waiting for just a theory. A spirit science theory. Oh. I didn't do anything to the music. It just got louder there. Special thanks to Tom Fulp. This movie is a project of love. I want to thank everyone who had a part in helping put it together and share it with everyone. Thank you so much. You're amazing beings. You are changing the world. Fun fact, this guy believes he's married to Emma Watson on the... Spirit Science thinks he has a direct line to Thoth. Yeah, he's not, but he's... Finn the Witch, thank you for the 2 years of support. Like the new layout? I don't always do it. Welcome back. Thank you for the... What? Look up the Christ Sophia Emma Watson video. What is... Spirit Science Emma Watson. This guy's obsessed with Emma Watson. An ode to Emma Watson, Christ Sophia. Is that the name of the video? Is it... Did they get rid of it? He might have gotten rid of it. Yeah, probably because everyone was making fun of him for believing that he was spiritually married to...
That is where it's at. This is Pat dropping the mic and saying that is that.
There you are. I just want to end this stream on a worse note. I'm going to check and see if there's any art. If you want to post art, I always check the hashtag RevFart thing for art that people have done related to streams, etc., etc. latest. I don't see any new art.
Well, I guess he can rap.
He can't.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for checking out this fun little project of ours. Last year, after some difficult times, I was in a really low place and found myself listening to a lot of Cosmic T's music, which really got me through it all. I ended up reaching out to him and we hit it off and became good friends.
God damn. Half of it's plugged? Why is he still talking here?
Mix and master and animate the whole thing.
So, we decided to launch this music video with an exclusive limited edition set of hard copy albums, t-shirts.
No. Yeah, it's a merch pitch. I have no sympathy for this man. I have no sympathy for spirit science. Like the man is preaching absolute insanity that it's gonna get people killed, and it's already caused severe kind of damage to real fucking people. I have no fucking sympathy for this man. I don't like it when people use their power to abuse the shit out of people. Even ignoring his crimes, I listened to this.
Beauty of your life, we are ready to heal, ready to feel what it's like to be fully activated.
Like, I don't know if he believes this or not. That's a great question. Did you see his one about water? I can't, man. I can't. Man. Okay, yeah, no, seriously, spirit science. You got my whole fucking community waiting in the wings. Physically manifest yourself, like wizard manifest yourself into my fucking room. Whatever it is. And I will spend the next however many years of my life preaching this shit. Like, honestly, truly and honestly, if you can manifest in my brain, I will become part of this cult 100%. Stand your ground laws do exist in Texas, but like literally, if you just do that, like, yeah, use your powers. You know, I'm going out there. I'm sending it out into the universe for you to like pick up on. I already sent you $20 mine dollars, okay? I'm sorry that you live in Texas. We're doing our best to get the fuck out of here. Are we doing theory shit on Thursdays now? I don't... There's so much more, man. Can I borrow $20 mine dollars? Yeah, but you gotta pay me back. Is that okay? Heck, darn it. Okay, you just got to pay me back. All right. There's your 20 bucks. Enjoy. I don't know where you spend them. Anyone needs mine dollars, I'll send them. You know, just tap into my mind palace. I hang out there. Can you turn my mine dollars into mine quarters? No, you have to go to the mind bank for that. Thanks. I'll pay you back next week. Thanks. Keep that mind open. I'm donating some mind bucks now. Thank you. Reverse Oatmeal, if you steal my mind dollars that Penguinizer is sending me, I swear to fuck I'll take you to court. New cryptocurrency, mind dollars. It doesn't even have a space in like the cloud or whatever. It's just fucking. You just have to believe you own the currency. Pay me money. I've invented a worse cryptocurrency. You didn't think it was possible, but I've done it. We've made something worse than Bitcoin. Yeah. I reinvented IOUs. No, because an IOU expects you to pay at some point real actual money. This all takes place in the cloud. The brain clouds of the fourth dimension or whatever. Jesus fucking Christ. The mind chain. I'm totally okay with people. Okay, let me say this. I'm totally okay with people believing a lot of the shit that he just said. It's not my bag. It's a belief system. It's not facts. My real fucking problem with this shit is when you start telling people, you don't need to take the vaccine. You don't need to take care of yourself. You don't need to do those things. Just send me money. Because I'm the one that's teaching you this shit. You know? Like, that's super fucking awful. That's the end point for most of these ideas. This is, yeah, it's basically televangelism. Like, this isn't my bag at all. And I'm sorry if you guys do believe this shit. If you enjoy Gnosticism or this Ascended Master stuff. You need to learn about, I mean, we can learn more about this later. He's not, yeah, is he practicing what he's preaching if he... I honestly wonder if he believes this shit or not. I mean, there's some, like, rad fucking, like, aesthetics here. And the little, like, patchwork thing is pretty cool as a design. It's not, like, you know, that great.
Goddesses that bless the souls up. Om Tala Tutare, Jude so high. Calling on the goddesses that bless the souls up. Om Namah Shivaya, yeah, Om Shiva Om. Calling on the gods now to bring our souls home. Om
Did he shout out Thoth in the credits? No. No fucking shout out. You got to use brain clouds of the fourth dimension in a song? I'm really enjoying this stuff. This world has never been my home. Imagine the horrors they have planned for us. I was reading what witches don't want Christians to know, and it was mentioned in there. Knock, knock, who's there? This is so sad. Don't ever get in line behind Lucifer at the tax office. The devil takes many forms. Like, all of that was insane as shit, but those are some banger fucking lines. That shit was raw as fuck. That is like Dracula flow. I'm gonna go hug my wife. Maybe just get shit fucked. I don't know. You missed the line about the driver license being contract with... What? I thought Lucifer wasn't real. Or he wasn't a bad guy or some fucking... I hate to say it, but like this might be my last stream of the year, depending on how things go with Mike tomorrow, because I know he needs to. I know he's doing his thing starting tomorrow. And I don't normally stream on the weekends, so like, what a fucking end of a year. Next year we're going to be doing a lot of shit. I need to get with Luigi guy at some point to see if you want to be involved in a thing that I want to do. Maybe I could guest pilot like Lions. Yeah, maybe. Real shit. Yeah. I mean, like, you're always got my back, and I'm like, I need people for this project that I'm doing. It'll be like a stream. Of indeterminate length. And that's the new project that's going on. And I was hoping I could get, you know, maybe Mike or Fred or Hootie or something in on it as well. But, you know, just wanted to send out that I'm sorry, I'm trying to like make the world less shit by trying to understand. And yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm unironically very thankful for y'all this year. This was a really rough year for me, as a lot of years are, and but we got through it. I feel like I learned a bunch, and I think I became a better person over this year, and I hope that you guys enjoyed the content this year. There will be more next year. If I don't see you tomorrow, then I'll see you next year. I'm very thankful for y'all. Rev doesn't stab people anymore? No. I stab more people. It's a good thing. Happy New Year, everyone. Thanks for the sub. Who did that? Becca, thank you for the sub. And then Doomsday Dingo, thank you for the 5 gift subs. That's very cool. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go mind rob some people so I can get some mind money to send that guy. I'll see you guys next year.